Ahoy hoy! You beautiful bastards, how the devil are you? I hope you're very well. There we go. Having some green screen issues. As some of my sponge sound conditioning boards had like fallen. Hi Lawson, you've got it. You've got it. Alright, you beauties, thank you very much for being here. Good morning, Aeon. Nilk. Van. It's third again, but you're doing good. Thank you very much for trying to be first. We're not live on YouTube, except we are. We weren't when you said it. I don't think we were anyway, because there was some, issues. YouTube or Restream, one of the two, is being weird. M. Young, it's lovely to see you. Pylos was entirely correct. Vector, yes. So you give us a number between 1 and 10, depending on how many raffle tickets you wish for. 10 being maximum, 1 being minimum, all integers. Have some tea. Oh, blimey, it's too warm for any sort of warm drink. Ananda, good to see you. Rebgresh, what up? Hi, everybody. Yeah, it was a very strange incident. Hello, Styley. Welcome, one and all. Well, Styley, I've sorted it out. Or at least I hope I've sorted it out. We'll see very shortly whether it has indeed worked. Eat chili ramen with tea. Probably not gonna do that. You go nuts.
Keep your fists off my fluids.
Get your own fluids. I'm not entirely sure we were talking about fluids, Pylorson, but okay. You have an iced peach tea right now. It's pretty good. Tea, I guess tea is a fluid. Do your Americano start sweet and iced tea? I could do some iced tea. Stanley, I hope it's going to work. We'll see what happens. No teams here, only tea. You just finished your second cold brew coffee and you're buzzing. I've had a very busy day. Done a little bit of gardening, done a little bit of shopping, been to the garden centre itself, got some almost dead lavender. Apparently that's how I like to get my plants. It's good for me because the thing is, if it lives, then I get to feel really... Like, I get to feel in touch with nature. I'm like, oh, look at me. I've brought this plant back from the brink of death. And if it dies, I can just be like, oh, well, it was like that when I got it. Good afternoon, dogs. Good to see you. Ahoy, hoy. Now, today is brought to us by dogs. Can I get some hype for Dogs 2018? And a little bit of hype for a great idea from Styley. For a background, I was going to spend a long time looking for like a campfire scene. But no. Didn't need it. Because Styley had a great idea. I'm still not entirely sure that I like where chat is. Reb! My dude. Fucking hell, 6 months?
Rebgresh, thanks for sticking with us. 6 months and counting.
Holy hell! Thank you so much. That's half a year. I gotta keep on streaming for another half a year now. Yeah. This is the lookout point from Monkey Island, as seen inside Sea of Thieves. Indeed I am. Indeed I am. You want some money on a scratch ticket that your cousin gave me? Hell yes! Well, thank you very much for spending some of that here, dude. I appreciate it. Today, thanks to dogs, we are going to be doing a reading stream. I got my setup all sorted right about here. I got my, I don't have to have both PCs on today. I've got my, oh, shite. Well, it's a little bit... Apparently I've bound it up quite well. my tablet. I've just got my tablet, which is what I do. Well, when I go to rehearsals and I have scripts and things, this is the tablet that I have my scripts on and yada yada yada. So yeah, I decided to set it up as a script. It's on a little stand here on my desk. So you'll see me reach over into the gloom over in this direction, and I'm just like flipping my way through the pages, or indeed just scrolling up a little bit. Lotus, thank you very much for the 40 stream watch streak. You have developed a small tweak to make almost perfect loops. Ooh, you fancy dancy boy. Look at that jiggly little thing. Lotus, look at it. They're jiggling in a pair, apparently. Right. Dogs, do you have any preference on where we start this? Lotus, you've heard that before? Oh, they're jiggling in a pair. Murphy! How are you? Welcome, welcome. You have no preference. Okay, well, we have Silverhorns, Wild Horse Hunter, Hydrophobic Skunk, the Old Virginia. There's going to be a lot of terrible American accents in this. Today's stream will be rife with terrible American accents. Either that, or it'll be, you know, a lot of narration. Wait, is narration with what? No, that's dialogue. Anyway. The Old Virginia, the weight of obligation. That spot. Oh, yep, right there, that spot. No, that's not actually the name of it, it's just that spot. When Lincoln licked a bully. The end of the trail. They ain't no ghosts. The Night Operator, Christmas Eve in a lumber camp, and the story that the keg told me. Good day, Beowulf. Now, dogs, if any one of those tickles your pickle, we'll start with that one. Otherwise, I'm open to more suggestions from the chat. Yeah, I absolutely went with thematic tea today. Loving the hair, thank you very much. It's incredibly greasy, and it's holding a swoop very well. Because of the grease, you see. Always thinking. Always thinking. I've been out in the garden. I've been hoeing. I've been hoeing in the garden, everybody. Well, that's not true. I've been forking. Having a good fork. Rock hard. Mostly rocks were removed. Old Virginian. Okay, the Old Virginia. This is by Stuart Edward White. And it's on page 100. By Lawson, exactly. Sometimes you need a little assistance with the swoop. Sometimes that assistance comes in the form of bodily gunk. Some would like to get their pickle tickled, but you shouldn't try to get it pickled. I've forgotten which one that was. But good to see you. So, let's see how today goes, folks. We're going to be doing a reading stream. It's story time, Pixie. Hi. Settle in. We're going to be settling in around the campfire today. I don't know. Do I like you? Whoops. Like you guys where you are over there, or do I like you down here? I mean, the thing is, if I put you down here, then you're over the campfire. I'm technically just roasting chat very slowly. Guess I could put you up in the corner. How do you feel about a light brazing of your undercarriage? 3 months in a row.
Pixelated Geek, Tier 2 Retrovert. 85 months strong. I'll push this while I'm at it.
Thank you for pushing. I appreciate the push. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm gonna roast you guys over the campfire. You guys are gonna be my marshmallows. All right. Chat nuts roasting on an open fire. There you go. Lovely. You guys get to just throughout the stream slowly roast. Dank memes, thou errant, folly fallen, lewdster. Beowulf, I don't read very well. I do have dyslexia, but I do my best. I love words. I'm not great with words, but I do love them. Lou, it is. It is. Luckily, today, we got story time, which means that I'm probably going to be, well, no, I'm probably going to get nervous. Like, doing readings of any kind makes me nervous, so I'm probably going to sweat a load anyway. But, at least with this, I'm not going to, like, get overly, what's the word, animated. So, that will keep my energy level, my temperature down. Also, I don't have to have the second PC on, because we only need the streaming PC, because I'm reading this from my tablet. So that'll keep the temperature down. So, we'll see. Normally I would be using the fancy microphone for a reading stream. The only thing is, because I've got the AC running, the fancy mic is a little bit more sensitive to room noise. So, yeah. Walked 13,000 steps today. Progress. Already? Jesus. Lou, that's a lot of steps. Holy crap. Well done. 7 stream watch streak. Now, unfortunately, I do have, currently, after having my braces tweaked the other week, I do have a little bit of a rubbing ulcer. So you might see me, some of my characters might be talking like this today. We'll see what happens. 95 stream watch streak from Dank Memes. Damn, dude. Can't do gym stuff until a week on Friday, so walking is all you can do. Well done for doing it. Hello, Guardian, as well. Ahoy, hoy. Welcome in, you beautiful, beautiful buggers, to Dogs' Redemption stream. This is a reading stream. We're going to be reading the Boy Scouts book of Campfire stories. This is a collection of stories that came out in 1933, including what's we're going with first and foremost, which was chosen by dogs, The Old Virginia. All of these appear to be like American, quite American-centric stories, so there'll probably be a lot of American references. Not only that, there'll probably be some terrible, terrible American accents by yours truly. By way of introduction, the campfire for ages has been a place of counsel and friendship and storytelling. The mystic glow of the fire quickens the mind, warms the heart, awakens memories of happy, glowing tales that fairly leap to the lips. The Boy Scouts of America has incorporated the campfire into its program for counsel and friendship and storytelling. In one volume, the Boy Scouts Book of Campfire Stories makes available to Scoutmasters and other leaders a goodly number of... We're back in 1933 here. It's a goodly number. A goodly number of stories worthy of their attention. And, when well told, likely to arrest and hold the interest of boys in their early teens, when stirs the blood to bubble in the veins. You ready? Is everybody here a boy in their early teens? If not, you might not be stirred quite so much. Maybe you'll be shaken. At this time, when the boy is growing so rapidly in brain and body, he can have no better teacher than some mighty woodsman. Now should be presented to him the stirring stories of adventurous lives, of men who live in and love the outdoors. Says Professor George Walter Fisk, let him emulate savage woodcraft, the woodsman's keen practiced vision, his steadiness of nerve, his contempt for pain, hardship, and the weather. contempt for pain. Okay. His power of endurance, his observation and heightened senses, his delight in out-of-door sports and joys, and unfettered happiness. There is no fetting this happiness. With untroubled sleep under the stars, his calmness, self-control, emotional steadiness, his utter faithfulness in friendships, his honesty, his personal bravery. That is where we're going with this, apparently. The editor likes to think that quite a few of these stories found in the Boy Scouts book of Campfire Stories present companions for the mind of this hardy sort, and hopes, whether boys read or are told these stories, that they will prove to be such an exalt and inspire while they thrill and entertain. Well, the viewership might not be too enamored with that idea, but we'll see where we're going. I'm gonna be turning viewership off today because this one isn't getting off the ground. But hey, we go where we go. We're starting with The Old Virginia by Stuart Edward White. The ring around the sun had thickened all day long, and the turquoise blue of the Arizona sky had filmed. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. What does that mean? That's a full stop. The ring around the sun had thickened all day long, and the turquoise blue of the Arizona sky had filmed. It's definitely ED at the end of it. Tweep! For the algorithm. Thank you very much for the lurky turkey. Storms in the dry countries are infrequent but heavy, and this surely meant storm. We'd ridden since sunup over broad mesas, down and out of deep canyons, along the base of the mountain in the wildest parts of his territory. The cattle were winding leisurely towards the high country. The jackrabbits had disappeared. The quail lacked. We did not see a single antelope in the open. It's a case of hold up. Cattleman ventured his opinion. I've a ranch over in Double R Charlie and Windy Bill hold it down. We'll tackle it. What'd you think? The four cowboys agreed. Oh yeah, we're starting. Hi, Luana. The four cowboys agreed. We dropped into a low, broad watercourse, ascended its bed to big cottonwoods and flowing water. Followed it into box canyons between rim rock carved fantastically and painted like Moorish facade. Until, at last, in a widening below a rounded hill, we came upon an adobe house. An adobe house, apparently. A fruit tree and a round corral. This was Double R. Charlie and Windy Bill. Great names. Charlie and Windy Bill welcomed us with soda biscuits. We turned our horses out, spread our beds on the floor, filled our pipes, and squatted on our heels. Various dogs of various breeds investigated us. Very pleasant. Did not mind the ring around the sun. Somebody else is coming, announced the cattleman, finally. Uncle Jim, said Charlie after a glance. A hawk-faced old man with a long white beard and long white hair rode out from the cottonwoods. He had on a battered broad hat, abnormally high of crown, carried across his saddle a heavy 8-square rifle. It was followed by a half-dozen lolloping hounds. Codeblows, thank you for the 55-stream watch streak. You just started Detroit Become Human, and that killed your PC! Illawana, that fucking sucks. Welcome in, though. The largest and fiercest of the lolloping hounds, catching sight of our group, launched himself with lightning rapidity at the biggest of the ranch dogs, promptly nailing that canine by the back of its neck, shook him violently a score of times, flung him aside, and pounced on the next. During the ensuing few moments, that hound was the busiest thing in the West. His satisfactorily whipped He satisfactorily whipped 4 dogs, pursued 2 cats up a tree, upset the Dutch oven and the rest of the soda biscuits, stampeded the horses, and raised a cloud of dust adequate to represent the smoke of battle. We others were too paralyzed to move. Uncle Jim sat placidly on his white horse, his thin knees bent to the oxbow stirrups, smoking. Lou, you ordered an incremental graphics card upgrade? Intel B580. Everything was going up in price. Oh yeah. I feel ya. In 10 seconds, the trouble was over. Principally because there was no more trouble to make. The hound returned, leisurely, licking from his chops the hair of his victims. Uncle Jim shook his head. "Trailer," he said sadly, "is a little severe." We agreed heartily and turned in to welcome Uncle Jim with a fresh batch of soda biscuits. I don't know what a soda biscuit is. I'm not going to lie, a lot of these references are lost on me. Don't know much about the old Wild West. I feel like there's going to be a lot of cowboy stuff in these stories. Dr. Max, hi. "Trailers is a little severe." We agreed heartily and turned in to welcome Uncle Jim with a fresh batch of soda biscuits. The old man was one of the typical long hairs. He'd come to Galuro Mountains in 69. Since 69, he'd remained in those mountains, spite of man or the devil. At present, he possessed some hundreds of cattle, which he was reputed to water in a dry season from an ordinary dishpan. In times past, he'd prospected. That evening, the severe trailer having dropped to slumber, he held forth on big game hunting and dogs, quartz claims and Apaches. "Did you ever have any very close calls?" I asked. He ruminated a few moments, refilled his pipe with some awful tobacco, and then told the following experience. "In the time of Geronimo, I was living just about where I do now, and that was just about in the line of the raiding. So you see, Geronimo, and Jew, and old Loco used to pile up at a reservation at Camp Apache riding south to the line, slip over into Mexico when the soldiers got too promiscuous, and raid there until they got ready to come back. Then there was always big medicine talk." That is... Says Geronimo. I'm not doing Geronimo's accent. I can tell you that for nothing. Said Geronimo, "I'm tired of the warpath. I will come back from Mexico with all my warriors. You will escort me with the soldiers and protect my people." "All right," says the general, being only too glad to help him get back at all. Wait, is this whole thing being read in first person? I think this is all first person. This is a story that Uncle Jim is telling. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is all just first person. He's just telling a story. We're all good. Soda biscuits are biscuits, American-made, with baking soda instead of yeast. Coplo's 1 week to another 3-day music festival, hell, that is located under 1 kilometers from the flat, and decibel limits break for a nice 12 to 15 hours a day. Is it good music, at least? Fingers crossed. He decided time was to upgrade to a 980 Ti. Managed to pick up a 5060 Ti during Prime Day. Now you're worried about your CPU and motherboard, so you're waiting to upgrade those. Mostly no. Ah, damn. Oh, Lou. Thank you for the 10 squiddly widdlies.
Lou on Point donated £10 to the cause. Just listening, may fall asleep as it's relaxing. Smiley face emoji.
Why not? Have a little nap. Chill out to the sounds of... I think this is Uncle Jim. In the time of Geronimo, I was living just about where I do now. And there was just about in a line with the raiding. You see, Geronimo, and Juke, and old Loco used to part out of the reservation at Camp Apache, raid south of the line, slip over into Mexico when the soldiers got too promiscuous, raid there until they got ready to come back. Then there was always big medicine talk. Said Geronimo, I am tired of the warpath. I will come back from Mexico with all my warriors if you will escort me and the soldiers and protect my people. All right, says the general, being only too glad to get him back at all. So then, in 10 minutes, there wouldn't be a buck in the camp, but next morning, she shows up again with about 50 head of horses. Where'd you get those horses? Says the general, suspicious. Had 'em pastured in the hills, answers Geronimo. I can't take all these horses with me. I believe they're stolen, says the general. Well, my people cannot go without their horses, says Geronimo. So, across the line they go, and back to the reservation. In about a week, there's 52 frantic greasers wanting to know where their horses. The army is nothing but an importer of stolen stock, knows it, and can't help it. Well, as I says, I'm between Camp Apache and the Mexican line, so that every raiding party goes through right on past me. The point is, and I'm 1,000 feet or so above the valley, and the renegades is in such a hurry that at the time that they never stop to climb and collect, but hold on now. I'm all over the place with this sentence. The point is that I'm about 1,000 feet above the valley. And the renegades is in such a hurry about that time that they never stop to climb up and collect me. Often I've watched them trailing down the valley in a cloud of dust. Then in a day or two, a squad of soldiers would come up and camp at my spring for a while. They used to send soldiers to guard every watering hole in the country so that renegades couldn't get water. After a while, not being bothered none, I got to thinking I wasn't worthwhile with them. I don't know why I put the word with there. Me and Johnny Hooper were pecking away at the old Virginia mine then. We got down about 60 feet, all timbered, and was thinking of cross cutting. One day, Johnny went into town, and that same day, I got in a hurry and left my gun at camp. I worked all the morning down at the bottom of the shaft, and when I see by the sun it was getting towards noon, I put in 3 good shots, tamped 'em down, lit the fuses, and started climb out. It ain't nowadays pleasant to light a fuse in a shaft, and then to have to climb out 50-foot ladder with it burning behind you. I never did get used to that. You keep thinking, now suppose there's a flaw in that fuse or something. She goes off in 6 seconds instead of 2 minutes. Now where would you be? I'd give you a good boost towards your home and high anyway. So I climbed fast. Stuck my head out the top without looking. Then I froze solid enough. It was about 50 feet away, climbing up the hill on mighty tired horses. There's a dozen of the ugliest... I have no idea what this name is. Chiricahuas? Hi, Ellie. Chiricahus. I'm thinking like Cherokees. Or worse, it doesn't go off in time and then you have to go down... Yeah, you have to decide whether you go back down to check that it's out. Chiricahuas. Chiricahuas. The ugliest Chiricahuas you'd ever don't want to meet. And in addition to a Mexican renegade named Maria, who was worse than any of them. I see, at once, their horses was tired out, and they had notion of camping at my watering hole, not knowing nothing about the old Virginia mine. For 2 bits, I'd have to let all the halts and... For 2 bits, I'd have to let all halts and drop... I'm sorry, what are you saying? For 2 bits, I would let... Oh, for 2 bits, I'd have let all... No. Trusting my thick head... Easy lightning. Very difficult thing to read. It's 1933 American, specifically. What am I trying to say with this sentence? For 2 bits, I'd have let go all halts. Halts being horses? That's what we're going with. And drop backwards. So let all the horses go, drop backwards, trusting to my thick head for easy lighting. Then I heard a little fizz and sputter from below. Okay. So, I think he's basically trying to say that he's... For 2 pennies, he would have left everything there. I think that's what he's saying. We're going to go with that as the reading. For 2 bits, I'd have let go all halts and drop backwards, trusting to my thick head for easy lighting. Then I heard a little fizz and sputter from below. At that, my hair riz right up. Oh yeah, I had real riz. My hair riz right up so I could feel the breeze blow under my hat. For about 6 seconds, I stood there like an imbecile, grinning amiably. And then one of them Chiricahuas made a sort of grunt. And I saved that they seen the original exhibit your Uncle Jim was making of himself. Then that fuse gave another sputter, and one of the Apaches said, "Ung-da." Now that means white man. It was harder to turn my head than it if I'd had a stiff neck, but I managed to do it. And I see that my ore dump was more than 10 foot away. I mighty near overjumped it. And the next I knew, I was on one side of those Apaches. No, I was on one side of it, those Apaches was on the other. Probably I flew leastways. I don't seem to remember jumping. That didn't seem to do me much good. The renegades were grinning and laughing to think how easy a thing that they had. I couldn't rightly think up any arguments against the notion. At least from their standpoint. They were chattering away to each other in Mexican for the benefit of Maria. Oh! They had me all distributed down to my suspender buttons. And me squatting behind that ore dump was about as formidable as a brush rabbit. Then all at once, one of my shots went off down the shaft. Boom! Says she, plenty big. And a slather of rocks and stones come out of the mouth and begin to dump down promiscuous on the scenery. I got one little one in the shoulder, and I found time to wish my ore dump had a roof. But those renegades caught it square in the thick of trouble. One got knocked out entirely for a minute by a nice piece of country rock over the head. "Otra vez," yells I, which means again. Boom goes the old Virginia, prompt as an answer. I put in my time dodging. But when I get a chance to look, the Apaches had all got to cover and was looking scared. "Otra vez," I yells one more time. Boom, says the old Virginia. This was the biggest shot of the lot. It sure cut loose. I ought to have been halfway up the hill watching things from a safe distance, but I wasn't. Lucky for me, there was a shaft. It's a little on the drift, so she didn't quite shoot my way. When she distributed about a ton of those renegades, they sort of half got to their feet uncertain. "Otra vez," I yelled once more, as bold as if I could keep shouting it all day. It was just a cold, raw blazer. If it didn't go through, I could see me as Apache parlor ornament. Fuck me, hold on. Wait. Well, we're doing a stream of it here, Dirt. I mean, you could stick around and listen. But also, yeah, there you go. It was just a cold, raw blazer, and if it didn't go through, I could see me as an Apache parlor ornament Okay, right. I think we're talking about the bomb again? The one... There's supposed to be several fuses that are lighting up several explosive barrels inside of a mine. Okay. 1933. We're almost 100 years out. The words aren't exactly the easiest to read. You'll have to forgive me. It was just a cold, raw blazer. And if it didn't go through, I could see me as an Apache parlor ornament. But it did. Those Chiricahuas gave one yell and skipped. Surely a funny sight. After they got aboard their war ponies, I see 'em trying to dig out on horses, too tired to trot. I didn't stop to get all the laughs, though. In fact, I give one jump off that ledge, and I lit a running. A quarter horse could have beat me to that... A quarter horse couldn't have beaten me to that shack. There I grabbed my good old gun, my meat in the pot, and I made climb for the tall country. Uncle Jim stopped with it was all first person. Uncle Jim stopped with an air of finality and began lazily to refill his pipe. From the open mud fireplace, he picked a coal. Outside, the rain, faithful to the prophecy of the wide-ringed sun, beat fitfully against the roof. That was the closest call I ever had, he said at last. Boom. That is story number 1. The Old Virginia. I'm sincerely hoping some of these are slightly easier to read. But hey, we'll have some fun while we're doing it anyway. We have 12 different stories. Silverhorns, Wild Horse Hunter, Hydrophobic Skunk, The Old Virginia, which is what we just read, The Weight of Obligation, That Spot, When Lincoln Licked a Bully. Some of these names are great. The End of the Trail, Day Ain't No Ghosts. I'm not sure about reading that one. Just the way that it's spelt makes me feel like there's going to be some problematic accents in it. The Night Operator. Christmas Eve in a Lumber Camp. Sim!
Real Sim
Styly, thank you very
thanks for
much.
sticking with us, 29 months and counting. My ghosts say they exist. Kappa.
Sim, thank you for the 29 months of Prime. 28. In a friggin' row. Styly, yeah. 1933. I'm cool with reading some of these, but obviously there may well, at some point, be some language that I will edit out. Not meant to set the alcove on fire during a heatwave. This is just naturally what happened, Scarred Vulcan. I'm just working with it. Yeah, I assumed. Lincoln licked a bully. Potto, thank you for the 7-stream watch streak. But Christmas Eve in a lumber camp would be perfect for this cold weather. Shall we? I mean, we can definitely do it. We can try and transport ourselves through the medium of words into a nice, cool headspace. Let's do it. Let's try it. Let's see if we can make ourselves nice and cold. How long's this one? It's not too long either. Are we ready? So that was one story. The good thing about this is they're all nice and self-contained, so you can pop in and pop out. You're doing it by eating a Cornish clotted ice cream. Nice. How much first-person chatter is there? Quite a lot. I think a lot of these are going to be, for me, generic Southern American old man. Just for anyone that wants to know. I'm gonna get the horn for you, Falling Link. I found it. I found it. I've got the horn. According to Wikipedia, that guy, the one that did the previous story, believed that he wrote his books by channeling the spirits. I've got the horn for you, but I'm gonna put the horn back now. Thank you for allowing me to get the horn for you. So, everyone, okay, we're gonna use the power of our minds to try and cool ourselves down, alright? Really, come with me now. We're going on a journey into our own brains to try and cool down. Don't know if it's going to work. It was due to a mysterious dispensation of providence and a good deal to Leslie Graham that I found myself in the heart of the Selkirks for my Christmas Eve, as the year 1882 was dying. It had been my plan to spend my Christmas far away in Toronto, with such bohemian and boon companions as could be found in that cosmopolitan and kindly city. Leslie Graham changed all of that, for discovering me in the village of Blackrock, with my traps all packed, waiting for the stage to start for the landing 30 miles away, he bore down upon me with resistless force, and I found myself recovering from my surprise only after we'd gone into his lumber sleigh some 6 miles on our way to his camp up the mountains. I was surprised and much delighted, though I would not allow him to think so, to find that his old-time power over me was still there. Oh ho ho. He could always, in the old varsity days, dear wild days, make me do what he liked. He was so handsome and so reckless, brilliant in his classwork, and the prince of half-backs on the rugby field, and with such power of fascination as would attract the heart out of a wheelbarrow, as Barney Lundy used to say. And thus it was that I found myself just 3 weeks later. I was to have spent 2 or 3 days on the afternoon of December the 24th, standing in Graham's lumber camp number 2, wondering at myself, but I did not regret my changed plans, for in those 3 weeks I had raided a cinnamon bear's den and wakened up a grizzly. But I shall let the grizzly finish the tale. He probably sees more humor in it than I. The camp stood in a little clearing and consisted of a group of 3 long, low shanties with smaller shacks near them, all built of heavy, unhewn logs, with door and window in each. The grub camp, with cook shed attached, stood in the middle of a clearing, and at a little distance was the sleeping camp with the office built against it. And about 100 yards away on the other side of the clearing stood the stables, and near them the smithy. The mountains rose grandly on every side, throwing up their great peaks into the sky. The clearing in which the camp stood was hewn out of a dense pine forest that filled the valley and climbed halfway up the mountainside, then frayed out into scattered and stunted trees. It was one of those wonderful Canadian winter days, bright, with a touch of sharpness in the air that did not chill, but warmed the blood like draughts of wine. The men were up in the woods, and the shrill scream of the blue jay flashing across the open, the impudent chatter of the red squirrel from the top of the grub camp, and the pert chirp of the wispy jack, hopping about on the rubbish heap with a long, lone cry of the wolf far down the valley, only made the silence feel all the more silent. As I stood, drinking in with all my soul the glorious beauty and the silence of the mountain and forest, with the Christmas feeling stealing into me, Graham came out of his office and, catching a sight of me, called out, "Glorious weather, old chap! Wait, I feel like he might actually be, British. Glorious Christmas weather, old chap. Who? I think American. Old chap sounds very British. Glorious weather, old chap. And then, coming nearer, must you go tomorrow? I fear so, I replied, knowing well that Christmas feeling was on him too. I wish I was going with you, he said quietly. I turned eagerly to persuade him. With the look of suffering on his face, the words died at my lips. But at the look of suffering in his face, the words died on my lips. We both were thinking of that awful night of horror, when all his bright, brilliant life crashed down about him in the black ruin and shame. I could only throw my arm over his shoulder and stand beside him. A silent jingle of bells roused him. And giving him a little shake, he exclaimed, "Oh no, the boy's coming home!" The Brits did conquer. Soon the camp was filled with men talking, laughing, chaffing like light-hearted boys. "They're a little wild tonight," said Graham, "and tomorrow they'll paint Blackrock red." Before many minutes had gone, the last teamster was washed up, and all were standing about waiting impatiently for the cook's signal. The supper tonight was to be something of a feed, when the sound of bells drew their attention to a light sleigh drawn by a buckskin bronco coming down the hillside at a great pace. "The preacher, I'll bet by his driving," said one of the men. "But Dad, it's him. Has a fine night." What the fuck is that? Give me a moment. Bedad? That's B-E-D-A-D. I'm assuming that's some sort of, egads, my lord. Sort of bedad. And it's him has the fine nose for turkey. It's Irish. Stiley?
Ahoy.
Hi, Mitch. How goes everyone frazzing of the wires today? That would be how we say fine. Which one? The bedad of... Oh, yeah, fine. Oh, yeah. F-O-I. They've written it phonetically. Okay. Oh God. I'm trying to think of my Irish phrase. It's not working. But Dad, and it's him that has fine nose for turkey, said Blaney, a good-natured, jovial Irishman. Ha ha! But Dad, it's him has the fine nose for turkey. I needed the good-natured, jovial bit to really key in. Yeah. All for payday, more like, said Keith, a black-browed, villainous fellow countryman of Blaney's. Oh, he's also Irish. Shite. Yeah. Or for payday, more like, said Keith, a black-browed, villainous fellow countryman of Blaney's, and, strange to say, his great friend. Big Sandy McNaughton. Oh my God, how many fucking accents do you want? Okay, right. Big Sandy McNaughton, a Canadian Highlander from Glengarry, rose up in wrath. I don't know how to do Canadian. Hey? Hey? Bill Keefe, eh? It's like a Whose Line Is It Anyway skit. Bill Keefe, eh? He said with deliberate emphasis. You'll keep your dirty tongue off the minister. And now I've still got to fucking decipher the words. As for your pay, it's little he sees of it. Or anyone else except Mike Slavin. When you's too dry to wait for someone to treat you, or perhaps Father Ryan, when the fear of hellfire's on you. The fuck is this? What am I reading? Uh-huh. You'll just keep your dirty tongue off the minister. And as for your pay, it's little he sees of it, or anyone else except Mike Slavin.
That's for fishing, ain't it?
Hi, Connor. When you's too dry to wait for someone to treat you, or perhaps Father Ryan, when the fear of hellfire is on you. Oh, this was angry, apparently. Bill Keefe, you'll just keep your dirty tongue off the minister, and as for your pay, it's little he sees of it, or anyone else except Mark Slavin. When you's too dry to wait for someone to treat you, or perhaps Father Ryan, when the fear of hellfire's upon you. He's a very angry Canadian. That was not Canadian. Ahoy hoys to those joining us. We're currently reading Boy Scouts Campfire stories. This is a collection that was collected in 1933. So all of these were written before 1933. So also bear that in mind. The language is all over the place. My accent's all over the place. We're here for a good time, not for a good accent. I'll take it, Vector, thank you. Lots of 1800 slang has been thrown about as well. And currently we're having Christmas Eve in a lumber camp. We're threading a problematic minefield here. Right, where are we? We have just had a very angry Canadian have a go at an Irishman. The Irishman that had a go at a priest. I have to say, the campfire yarns you use are slightly different. I'm so glad that you've chosen these ones then. Increasing my... Yeah, you know what? I'm working on my range. I'm working on my range and also my understanding of the English language. Okay. Okay. The men stood amazed at Sandy's sudden anger and the length of his speech. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, wait, hold on. Bon! That's good for you, my bully boy, said Baptiste, a wiry little French-Canadian, Sandy's sworn ally and devoted admirer, ever since the day when the big Scotchman, if there's a Scotchman somewhere, under great provocation, had knocked him clean off the dump into the river and then jumped in after him. It was not until afterwards that I learned the cause of Sandy's sudden wrath, which urged him to such unwanted length of speech. It was not simply that the Presbyterian blood carried with it reverence for the minister, but that he had a vivid remembrance of how, only a month ago, the minister had got him out of Mark Slavin's saloon and out of the clutches of Keefe and Slavin and their gang of bloodsuckers. And there's vampires in here as well, apparently. Keefe started up with a curse. Baptiste sprang to Sandy's side, slapped him on the back and called out, "You'll kill him! I eat him up! Me!" It looked as if... Okay? It looked as if there might be a fight when a harsh voice said in a low, savage tone, "Stop your rows, you fools. Settle it if you want to somewhere else." I turned and was amazed to see old man Nelson, who was very seldom moved to speech. There was a look of scorn on his iron grey face. and of such settled fierceness that made me quite believe the tales I had heard of his deadly fights in the mines of the coast. Before any reply could be made, the minister drove up and called out in a cheery voice, "Merry Christmas, boys! Hello, Sandy! Comment ça va, Baptiste? How do you do? Mr. Graham?" "Hi, Annie." Are we still... Hold on, is this a conversation, or am I still... No, I think I'm still the dude. "First rate! Let me introduce my friend, Mr. Connor. Sometime medical student, now artist, hunter, and tramp at large. But not a bad sort. A man's to be envied..." Oh, for fuck's sake. Somebody replied to him, and you didn't tell me who replied to him. Somebody replied. "First rate, let me introduce my friend, Mr. Connor. Sometime medical student, now artist, hunter, and a tramp at large, but not the bad sort." "A man to be envied," said the minister, smiling. "I'm glad to know any friend of Mr. Graham's." I liked Mr. Craig from the first. He had good eyes that looked straight out at you. Clean, not one of those, boggle-eyed fellas. One looking one way, one looking the other way. As if they're trying to see round the next corner. No, I made that bit up. I liked Mr. Craig from the first. He had good eyes that looked straight out at you. A clean-cut, strong face, well set on his shoulders, and altogether an upstanding, manly bearing. I don't know why I did that, that's tits. He insisted on going with Sandy to the stables to see Dandy, his bronco, put up. Ahoy hoist to anyone that's joining us, by the way. It's lovely to have you here. We are currently reading Boy Scout's book of Campfire stories. It is a collection of stories that was collected together and put in this book in 1933. But all of these stories have been written before 1933, and then the collection was made in 1933. So it's a little difficult to read. Not gonna lie. Where are we? I've completely forgot. Graham was English, right? Can you pin a message? Go for it. Go for it, Styly. Thank you for asking. "Decent fellow," said Graham. "But though he is good enough to his bronco, it is Sandy that's on his mind now. Does he come out often? I mean, are you part of his parish, so to speak?" "I don't know who's talking." "I have no doubt he thinks so. But I'm blowed if he doesn't make the Presbyterians of us think so too." And he added after a pause, "Dandy lot of parishioners. We are for any man. There's Sandy, now. You would knock Keefe's head off as any kind of religious exercise. But tomorrow, Keefe will be sober, and Sandy will be drunk as a lord. And the drunker he is, the better Presbyterian he'll be, to the preacher's disgust." Then, after a pause, he added bitterly, "But it is not for me to throw rocks at Sandy. I am not the same kind of fool, but I am a fool of several other sorts." Then the cook came out to beat a tattoo on the drum of a... No! Everything's a drum. Everything's a drum. Then the cook came out and beat a tattoo on the bottom of a dishpan. Baptiste answered with a yell, "Ah!" Then, though keenly hungry, no man would demean himself to do other than walk with apparent reluctance to his place at the table. At the further end of the camp was the big fireplace. And from the door of this fireplace extended the long board tables covered with platters of turkey, not too scientifically carved, dishes of potatoes, bowls of applesauce, plates of butter, pies, and smaller dishes distributed at regular intervals, 2 lanterns hanging from the roof, and a row of candles stuck into the wall on either side. Means of slit sticks cast a dim, weird light over the scene. There was a moment's silence, and a nod from Graham. Mr. Craig rose and said, Who the fuck was Mr. Craig? Imagine the smell. Who was Mr. Craig? Am I Mr. Craig? No. There was a nod from Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham was the English fella. Mr. Craig. Did we remember who Mr. Craig was? Graham. Oh fuck, was he the fucking Canadian? One of those Canadian boys. I see Graham. Keith. Big Sandy McNaughton was the Canadian. French, Canadian. Keith was Irish. I think this is a new bloke. Craig was the fellow with the good eyes. Where was he from, though? As I stood drinking. He had good eyes. Was he one of the Irish dudes? I liked Mr. Craig from the first. He had good eyes. Man to be envied, said the minister. First rate. Hello, Sandy. Was he the minister? Is he the fucking minister? Oh yeah, he had the straight face. It looked right at you. I think he's just the minister. I think Mr. Craig is the minister. I think they've thrown us for a loop by adding Mr. Craig instead of the minister in there. Where the hell was I? I don't know how you feel about it, men. No, that's the wrong one, isn't it? No. I'm all over the place. Night Dweller, thank you for the 49 months. I appreciate it very much.
A Night Dweller, thanks for sticking with us. 49 months and counting. Now I should shape this one for next week. Fine. I'll be good.
Making it an honest count, Night Dweller, I appreciate it. I don't know how you feel about it, men. But to me, this looks like a good enough to be thankful for. Fire ahead, sir, called out a voice quite respectfully, and the minister bent his head down and said, For Christ the Lord, who came to save us, for all the love and goodness that we have known, and for thy gifts to us this Christmas night, our Father, make us thankful. Amen. Bon, das fuss right. Das fuss right, said Baptiste. Seems like that's make me eat. They've made it phonetic. It's phonetic French Canadian. Seems like that's made me eat more better for sure. Then no word was spoken for a quarter of an hour, as everyone was like, what the fuck did he just say? The occasion was far too solemn, and moments too precious for anything so empty as words. When the white piles of bread and brown piles of turkey had for a second time vanished, and after the last pie had disappeared, there came a pause and a hush of expectancy, whereupon the cook and cookee, each bearing aloft a huge blazon pudding, came forth. Hooray! Yelled Blarney. Upwards, yes! And grabbing the cook by the shoulder, from behind, he faced him about. Mr. Craig was the first to respond, and seizing the cookie in the same way, called out, Squad, fall in! Quick march! And in a moment, every man was in the procession. Strike up, batches, ye little angel! Shouted Blarney. The appellation and a concession to the minister's presence. And that's appellation. What the? Does appellation mean something else? I thought it was like mountains. Strike up batches, you little angel! Shouted Blarney. The appellation, a concession to the minister's presence. It feels like appellation in this sentence means... Appellation is southern US. Yeah, but it feels like it's... The cry was a concession to the minister's presence. Appellation is named. Named... Oh, okay, okay. The name or title by which someone is known. The appellation, a concession to the minister's presence. So, you little angel? That's what he's saying? No, the appellation is so, gotta remember that this is 1933. This is a collection of stories from 1933, so we are gonna come across terms that have completely changed what they mean. So yes, obviously these days, I would say appellation is somebody from Appalachia. No, there's an N on the end. Close, but no cigar. The appellation, a concession to the minister's presence, and away went Baptiste in a rollicking French song with an English chorus. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is a French song with an English chorus. The title, Little Angel. Strike up batches, you little angel! Shouted Blarney. The appellation, being the name called to the minister, a concession to the minister's presence, and away went Baptiste in a rollicking French song with an English chorus. Then blow ye winds in the morning, blow ye winds, aye-oh. Blow ye winds in the morning, blow, blow, blow. I'm not gonna lie, for something I just made up, I think that wasn't too bad. At each blow, every boot came down with a thump on the plank floor that shook a solid roof. After the second round, Mr. Craig jumped up on the bench and called out, 3 cheers for Billy the cook! I'm fucking Irish now for some reason! No, wait, hold on. Three cheers for Billy the cook! That's the one. 3 cheers for Billy the cook! In the silence, following the cheers, Baptiste was heard. Bon. Does make me feel like hit the pudding all up myself, me? Okay, hold on. This is phonetic French Canadian. Bon. That's make me feel like hit that pudding all up myself. Me? It's got a little bit of the Jamaican in there for some reason. I think that might just be me. That's made me feel like it pudding all hop myself, me. That's make me feel like hit dat pudding all hop myself, me. Here to the little baste, said Blarney in disgust. Batchies, remonstrated Sandley gravely. You've more stomach than manners. For sure. But the more stomach, that's more better for this puddin', replied the little Frenchman cheerfully. At a time, the tables were cleared and pushed back to the wall and the pipes were produced, and all attitudes suggested of comfort, and men disposed themselves in a wide circle about the fire, which now roared and crackled up a great wooden chimney hanging from the roof. The lumberman's hour of bliss had arrived. Even old man Nelson looked a shade less melancholy than usual as he sat alone, well away from the fire, smoking steadily and silently. Thank goodness everybody shut up for a little bit. When the second pipes were a-going, one of the men... Try that again. I hiccuped. When the second pipes were well a-going, one of the men took down a violin from the wall and handed it to Lachlan Campbell. Probably Scottish. There were two brothers. There was two brothers, Campbell. Just out of Argyll. Typical Highlanders. Lachlan, dark, silent, melancholy, with the face of a mystic. And Angus, red-haired, quick, impulsive, and devoted to his brother. A devotion that he thought proper to cover under biting, sarcastic speech. Lachlan, after much protestation, which luckily has not been written into the script, interposed with jibes from his brother, took the violin, and in response to the call from all sides, struck up Lord MacDonald's Reel. Love it, Pylorson. In a moment, the floor was filled with dancers, whooping and cracking their fingers in the wildest manner. Then Baptiste did the Red River Jig, a most intricate and difficult series of steps, the men keeping time with the music with hands and feet. When the jig was finished, Sandy called, "Lochaber no more." But Campbell said, No, this is Campbell. Scottish, no, I cannot play that tonight. Mr. Craig will play. Craig took the violin, and at the first note, I knew he was no ordinary player. I did not recognize the music, but it was soft and thrilling, and got in by the heart till everyone was thinking his tenderest and saddest thoughts. After he had played 2 or 3 exquisite bits, he gave Campbell his violin, saying, "Oh, this was Craig, wasn't it?" "Yes, Craig." "Now, Lochab, Lachlan." Without a word, thank fuck, Lachlan began. Not Lochaber. He was not ready for that yet, but the flowers of the forest. And from that wandered through Old Robin Grey, and then Land of the Leal, and so got to the last, to that most soul-subduing of Scottish laments. Lochaber no more. I don't know what it is, but I gotta have a listen to it, I guess. Can we... It's probably gonna get me a DMCA if I fucking... Lochaber no more. On the bagpipes. Okay, I'm not going to play anymore because we are live on YouTube at the same time. And if I continue playing that, YouTube will fucking slap me. Because YouTube's a dick, even though it wouldn't be the main part of the storytelling, it would be an underscore. Anyway, that's what that was. Without a moment's pause. Oh, hold on. You know what? I am gonna fucking do this as an underscore. And I will raise a fucking ticket if they're like, yo, this is... Time to get my own bagpipes out, yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's, I think that was something from Lord of the Rings. It's gonna be a very quiet underscore. Okay. Without a word, Lachlan began. Not Lochaber, like we're listening to now. He wasn't ready for that yet. The flowers of the forest. And from that wandered through Old Robin Grey and then the Land of the Leal. And so got, at last, to the most soul-subduing of Scottish laments. Lochaber no more. The first strain, his brother, who had thrown himself onto some blankets beside the fire, turned over on his face, feigning sleep. Sandy McNaughton took his pipe out of his mouth and sat straight up and stiff, staring into vacancy. And Graham, beyond the fire, drew a short, sharp breath. We had often sat, Graham and I, in our student days, in the drawing room at home, listening to his father wailing out Lochaber upon the pipe, wailing out Lochaber upon the pipes. And I well knew that the awful minor strains were now eating their way into his soul. Over and over again the Highlander played his lament. He had long since forgotten us, and was seeing visions of the hills and lochs and glens of his faraway native land, and making us too see strange things out of the dim past. I glanced at old man Nelson, and was startled at the eager, almost piteous look in his eyes, and I wished Campbell would stop. Mr. Craig caught my eye, and stepping over to Campbell, held out his hand for a violin. Lingeringly and lovingly, the Highlander drew out the last strain and silently gave the minister his instrument. And without a moment's pause, and while the spell of Lochaber was still upon us, the minister, with exquisite skill, fell into the refrain of that simple and beautiful camp meeting hymn, Sweet By and By. Is it more of a Hovis advert? After playing that verse, though once he sang softly the refrain, after the first verse the men joined into the chorus, at first timidly, but by the time the third verse was reached, they were shouting with throats full open. They shall meet on this beautiful shore. When I looked at Nelson, the eager light had gone out of those eyes, and in its place was a kind of determined hopelessness, as if in this new music he had no part. After the voices had ceased, Mr. Craig played again the refrain, more and more softly and slowly. Then, laying the violin on Campbell's knees, he drew from his pocket a little Bible and said, "Men, with Mr. Graham's permission, I want to read you something this Christmas Eve. You will all have heard it before, but you will like it none the less for that." His voice was soft but clear and penetrating, as he read the eternal story of the angels and the shepherds and the babe. And as he read, a slight motion of the hand or a glance of an eye made us see, as he was seeing, that whole radiant drama, the wonder, the timid joy, the tenderness, the mysteries of it all. We were borne in upon the mystery of it all were borne in upon us with overwhelming power. He closed the book, and in the same low, clear voice, went on to tell us, in his home years ago, he used to stand on Christmas Eve, listening in thrilling delight to his mother telling him that story, and how she used to make him see the shepherds and hear the sheep bleating nearby, and how the sudden burst of glory used to make his heart jump. I used to be a little afraid of the angels, because the boy told me that they were ghosts. My mother told me better. I didn't fear them anymore. And the baby, the dear little baby, oh, we all loved the baby. There was a quick, dry sob. It was from Nelson. I used to peek through under to see that little one in the straw. Wonder what things swaddling clothes were. Oh, so real and so beautiful. He paused. I could hear the men breathing. One Christmas Eve, he went on in a lower, sweeter tone, there was no one to tell me that story. I grew to forget it. I went away to college. I learned to think it was only a child's tale and was not meant for men. Then bad days came to me, and worse. I began to lose grip of myself, on life, on hope, of goodness, till one black Christmas, in the slums of a faraway city, I'd given up. All the devil's arms were about me. I heard that story again, and as I listened with a bitter ache in my heart, for I'd put all of that behind me, I suddenly found myself peeking under the shepherd's arms with a child wonder at the baby in the straw. Then it came over me like great waves that his name was Jesus. This is a real acting masterclass right here. Because it was he that should save men from their sins. Save! Save! The waves kept beating upon my ears, and before I knew, I'd called out, "Oh, can he save me?" It was in a little mission, meeting on one of them side streets. They seemed to use that sort of thing. And they seemed to be used to that sort of thing there. But no one else was surprised. And a young fellow leaned across the aisle to me and said, "Why, you just bet he can." His surprise that I should doubt, his bright face and his confident tone, gave me hope that perhaps it might be so. I held to that hope with all my soul, and, stretching up his arms, and with a quick glow in his voice and a little break in... A quick glow in his face and a little break in his voice, "He hasn't failed me yet. Not once. Not once." He stopped quite short, and I felt a good deal like making a fool of myself, for in those days I had not made up my mind about these things. Graham, poor old chap, was gazing at him with sad yearning in his dark eyes. Big Sandy was sitting very stiff and staring harder than ever into the fire. Baptiste was trembling with excitement. Blaney was openly wiping the tears away, but the face that held the eyes was that of old man Nelson. It was white, fierce, hungry-looking, his sunken eyes burning, his lips parted as if to cry. The minister went on. "I didn't mean to tell you this, ma'am. It all came over me with a rush, but it is true, every word. Not a word will I take back. And much more, I can tell you this. What he did for me, he can do for any man. And he doesn't make any difference what's behind him." And, leaning slightly forwards, and with a thrill of pathos vibrating in his voice, "Boys, why don't you give him a chance at you? Without him, you'll never be the man that you want to be. And you'll never get back that's keeping some of you now from going back home. You know you'll never go back till you're the man that you want to be." Then, lifting up his face and throwing back his head, he said, as if to himself, "Jesus! I stubbed my Jesus! Ow, my God! I stepped on something." No, he didn't say that. He said, "Jesus, he shall save his people from their sins." And then, let us pray. Graham leaned forward with his face in his hand. Baptiste and Blaney dropped on their knees. Sandy, the Campbells, and some of the others stood up. Old man Nelson had his eyes steadily on the minister. Only once before had I seen that look on a human face. A young fellow had broken through the ice on the river at home, and as the black water was dragging at his fingers, one by one from that slippery edge, there came over his face that same look. He used to wake up for many nights after in a sweat of horror, seeing the white face with its parting lips and piteous, dumb appeal, and the black water slowly sucking it down. Nelson's face brought it all back. During the prayer, the face changed and seemed to settle into resolve of some sort, stern, almost gloomy, as if of a man with his last chance before him. After the prayer of Mr. Craig, invited the men to a Christmas dinner next day in the Black Rock. "And because you are an independent lot, we'll charge you $50 for dinner and an evening show." And leaving a bundle of magazines and illustrated papers on the table, godsend to the men, he said goodbye and went on. Where was I? I looked away, and now I've instantly lost my place. I was to go out with the minister, so I jumped onto the sleigh first and waited while he said goodbye to Graham, who had been hit hard by the whole service and seemed to want to say something. I heard Mr. Craig say cheerfully and confidently, "It's a true bill, Graham." Sandy, who had been steadily dandy while that interesting bronco was attempted with some great success to balance himself on his hind legs, came... Bloody hell, what was that as a sentence? Sandy, who had been steadying dandy... Sandy, steady, dandy, okay, livid, welcome in. Sandy, who had been steadying dandy while that interesting bronco was attempting with great success to balance himself on his hind legs, came to say goodbye. Come and see me first thing, Sandy. I forgot who Sandy was. Was Sandy the French Canadian? No, Sandy was one of the Irish, I think. Aye. I know. I'll see you, Mr. Craig, said Sandy earnestly, as Dandy dashed off at a full gallop across the clearing and over a bridge, steadying down when he reached the hill. Steady, you idiot! This was to Dandy, who had suddenly taken a side spring into a deep snow, almost upsetting us. A man stepped out from the shadow. It was old man Nelson. He came straight to the sleigh, and ignoring my presence completely, said, "Mr. Craig, you dead sure of this? Will it work?" "Do you mean," said Craig, taking him up promptly, "can Jesus Christ save you from your sins and make a man of you?" The old man nodded, keeping his hungry eyes on the other's face. "Well, here's his message for you. The Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost." To me, said the old man eagerly. "Listen to this too, his word. Him that cometh unto me, I will in no wise cast out." That's for you. You're here. You are coming. You don't know me, Mr. Craig. I left my baby 15 years ago because... "Stop," said the minister. "Don't tell me. At least not tonight, perhaps never. Tell him who knows it all and who never betrays a secret. Have it out with him. Don't be afraid to trust him." Nelson looked at him with his face quivering and said in a husky voice, "This is no good. It's hell for me." "It's no good," replied Craig, almost sternly. "It's hell for all of us." The old man straightened himself up, looked up at the stairs. No, the stars. There were no stairs, but there were stars. Looked up at the stars, then back to Mr. Craig, then back at the horse, then back to Mr. Craig, who was on a horse. No, he wasn't. Then back at Mr. Craig, then at me, then, drawing in a deep breath, said, "I'll try him." As he was turning away, the minister touched him on one arm and said quietly, "Keep an eye on Sandy tomorrow." Nelson nodded and went on, but before we took the next turn, I looked back and saw what brought a lump to my throat. It was old man Nelson on his knees in the snow, with his hands spread upwards to the stars. I wondered if there was any one above the stars and nearer than the stars who could see. And then the trees hid him from my sight. And that, there wasn't as much talk of chilliness, of a cold breeze as I was expecting in a winter story. But that was Christmas Eve in a lumber camp, which obviously I should have realised came with a lot of Jesus. But there you go. That's story number 3. No, 2. Wait, 3? How many have we done? I'm going to scroll back up to the top. We have done the Old Virginia, and then that was number 2. Christmas Eve in a lumber camp. So we've still got Silverhorns, Wild Horse Hunter, Hydrophobic Skunk, The Weight of Obligation, That spot, when Lincoln licked a bully, end of the trail. They ain't no ghosts. The night operator, and the story that the keg told me. They ain't no ghosts, and the night operator definitely contains particularly nasty language. Remember, this is from 1933. I'm gonna do it on size. Jesus Christ. Okay, that one's huge. Some of these are longer than others. Okay, yeah, they ain't no ghosts. I ain't reading that one. Fucking hell. That's a lot of problematic language. Okay, cool. We ain't reading that one. Look, it's good to learn from history, and sometimes it's good to study history. But as someone who is doing an entertainment stream, I'm not here to educate folks. Hopefully, to distract from the heat. Today on Fraz Gets Cancelled. Should we start with the top one? How to speedrun ending your career. The railway station of Bathurst, New Brunswick, did not look particularly merry at 2 o'clock on a late September morning. But James Fisto was there, 32 months of subscription in his hand, holding it out like a delicious ham sandwich.
James Fisto, thanks for sticking with us, 32 months and counting. Boom bam, shama lama ding dong. I love booty as big as the day is long.
Yeah.
Boom bap, slam slap, ham slap. I love ham.
Don't we all? Can I get some love for James? Very much. Appreciate you. 32 months, dude. That's a lot of support. It's a heck of a lot of support. And a 20 stream watch streak. Welcome! We're doing some reading today. We're reading the Boy Scouts... wait, hold on, I'm right at the top here. The Boy Scouts book of Campfire Stories by Franklin K. Matthews, Chief Scout Librarian of the Boy Scouts of America at the time. This was actually released 1933, but copyrighted 1921. So it's old, is one way of putting it. It is a collection of 12 different stories. They are mostly American-centric, if not all American-centric. I haven't read all of them. Or I should say, the Americas. Because this is, back in the day, I don't really know. Wouldn't know the difference. But anyway. That last one was in Canada. There was some Canadians. I don't know whether it was Canada. My geography is shit. They probably did say an area, and I just blanked it. Is Bathurst in Canada as well? Are these all in Canada? Maybe they're Canadian more than they're American. Bathurst, New Brunswick. Where's New Brunswick when it's at home? Does anyone know New Brunswick? Does anyone know Bathurst? Are we Canada? America? Oh, we are! We're still in Canada. Okay, so there's a lot of Canadian stories. That's Canada as well. Lovely. Well, I guess we're going to have some mooses and some maple syrup soon. The railway station of Bathurst, New Brunswick, did not look particularly merry at 2 o'clock of a late September morning. There was an easterly haze driving in from the Baie de Chaleur, and the darkness was so saturated with chilly moisture that an honest downpour of rain would have been a relief. 2 or 3 depressed and somnolent travellers, not solemn, somnolent, travellers yawned in a waiting room, which smelled horribly of smoky lamps. The telegraph instrument in the ticket office clicked spasmodically for a minute, and then it relapsed into gloomy silence. An imperturbable station master was tipped back against the wall in a wooden chair, with his feet on the table, and his mind sunk in an old Christmas number of a cowboy magazine. The Cowboy magazine. The express agent in the baggage room was going over last week's waybills and accounts by the light of the lantern, trying to locate an error, and sighing profanely to himself as he failed to find it. A wood trunk tied with rope, a couple of dinghies, canvas bags, a long box marked "Fresh Fish! Rush!" and 2 leather portmanteaus with brass fittings were piled on the luggage truck at the far end of the platform. And beside the door of the waiting room, sheltered by overhanging eaves, was a neat travelling bag with a gun case and a rod case leaning against the wall. The wet rails glittered dimly northwards and southward away into the night. A few blurred lights glimmered from a village across the bridge. Dudley Hemingway had observed all these features of the landscape with a silent dissatisfaction, as he smoked steadily up and down the platform waiting for the Maritime Express. It is usually irritating to arrive at the station on time for a train in the Intercolonial Railway. The arrangement is seldom mutual, and sometimes yesterday's train does not come along until tomorrow afternoon. Moreover, Hemingway was inwardly discontented with the fact that he was coming out of the woods instead of going in. Coming out always made him feel a little unhappy. Whether his expedition had been successful or not, he did not like the thought that it was all over. And he had the very bad habit of, at such times, looking ahead and computing the slowly lessening number of chances that were left in him. 60-odd years. I may get back to that old keep to my shooting sight, he said to himself. Would give me a couple of dozen more camping trips. Short allowance. Wonder if any of them will be lucky. More lucky than this one. This makes the 7th year I've tried to get a moose. The odd trick has gone against me every time. He tossed away the end of his cigar, which made a little trail of sparks as it rolled along the sopping platform, and turned to look through the window of the ticket office. Something in the agent's attitude, literary absorption, aggravated him. He went round to the door and opened it. Don't you know when this train's coming? Yep, said the man placidly. Well, when? What's the matter with her? When's she due? Due 20 minutes ago, said the man. 40 minutes down to Newcastle. Get here 2:45 if nothing more happens. But what has happened? What's wrong with the beastly old road anyhow? Freight car skipped the track, said the man. Up to Charlo, everything hung up and the kinder gone slow till they're getting the line clear. Dunno nothing more. Some of these are definitely written phonetically. With this conclusive statement, the agent seemed to disclaim all responsibility for the future of impatient travellers, and dropped his mind back into the magazine again. Hemingway lit another cigar and went into the baggage room to smoke with the expressman. It was nearly 3 o'clock when they heard the far-off shriek of the whistle sounding from up the south. Then, after an interval, puffing of the engine on the upgrade. Then the faint ringing of rails, the increasing clatter of the train, and then the blazing headlight of the locomotive swept slowly across the darkness past the platform. The engineer was leaning on one arm, with his head out of the cab window, and Hemingway nodded as he passed, and hurried into the ticket office, where the tic-tac of conversations by telegraph was soon underway. The black porter of the Pullman car was looking out of the vestibule when he saw Hemingway. His sleepy face broadened into a grin reminiscent of many generous tips. Howdy, Mr. Hemingway. Hennigray? He got his name right. Howdy, Mr. Hennigray, he cried. Glad to see you again. I got your section all right. Yeah, I'm cutting out some of the slightly more awkward conversation parts, shall we say. Train gonna stop here for some time yet. Well, Charles, said Hemingway, you take my things to put them in the car. Careful with that gun now. Lord only knows how much time this train's gonna lose. Gonna go see that engineer. Angus MacLeod was a grizzle-bearded Scotchman. More Scotch, okay. Who had run a locomotive on the intercolonial ever since the road was cut through the woods from New Brunswick to Quebec.
Time to make the chimney fucking choices.
What up, Vitrix? Of the campfire, welcome in. I'm roasting you slowly. Just a little bit. Angus MacLeod was a grizzle-bearded Scotchman who had run a locomotive on the intercolonial ever since the road was cut through the woods from New Brunswick to Quebec. Everyone who travelled often on that line knew him, and all who knew him well enough to get below his rough crust. And all who knew him well enough to get below his rough crust liked him for his big heart. "Hello, MacLeod," said Hemingway as he came up through the darkness. "Is that you?" "It's none else," answered the engineer as he stepped down from his cab and shook his hands warmly. "Here you did. And where ha' you been murdering the innocent beasties now? Ha' you killed a moose yet? You've been chasing him these many years." "Okay, now. Not much murdering," replied Hemingway. "I had a queer trip this time, away to the Neppes, was it? With old MacDonald. You know him, don't you?" "I do ken Rob MacDonald, and a good man it is, and a good man as is." "Who was it that you couldn't slaughter stacks of moose with him by your help? Did you see none at all?" "Plenty. One with the biggest horns in the world, but that's a long story, and there's no time to tell it now. Time to burn, Dud! Nae fear it. We'll be an hour before the line's clear to Charlow, and they'll let us out of this. Come away up into the cab, mon, and tell us your tale. 'Tis coothy and warm in the cab, and I'm willing to listen to your bloody adventures." This is difficult. So the two men clambered up into the engineer's seat. Hemingway gave MacLeod his longest and strongest cigar and filled his own briarwood pipe. The rain was now patting gently onto the roof of the cab. The engine hissed and sizzled patiently in the darkness. The fragrant smoke curled steadily from the glowing tip of his cigar, but the pipe went out a half-dozen times while Hemingway was telling the story of Silverhorns. We went up to the river, Big Rock, just below Indian Falls. There we made our main camp. Intended to hunt on 42 Mile Brook. There's quite a snarl of ponds and bogs at the head of it. Some burned hills over to the west. Very good moose country. But some other party had been there before us, and we saw nothing on the ponds except 2 cow moose and a calf. Coming out the next morning, we got a fine deer on the old wood road. Beautiful head. But I have plenty of deer heads already. "Funny creature," said MacLeod. "And what did you do with it when you'd murdered it?" "Well, we ate it, of course. I gave the head to Billy Butcher, the cook. He said that he could get $10 for it. And then the next evening, we went to one of those ponds again. And Injun Pete tried to call a moose for me. Yeah, but it was no good. MacDonald was disgusted with Pete's calling, said that it sounded like the bray of a wild ass in the wilderness. So the next day we gave up calling and traveled the woods over towards the burned hills. In the afternoon, MacDonald found an enormous moose track. Thought it looked like the bull's track, though he wasn't quite positive. But then, you know, Scotchman never likes to commit himself except about theology or politics. Grunted MacLeod in the darkness, showing that the strike had counted. Well, we went on, following that track through the woods for an hour or two. That was a terrible country. I tell you, tamarack swamps and spruce thickets and windfalls and all kinds of misery. Presently, we came out on a bare rock, on a burned hillside, and there, across the ravine, we could see the animal lying down, just below the trunk of the big dead spruce had fallen. The beast's head and its neck were hidden by some bushes. The foreshoulder and the side were in clear view. About 250 yards away, MacDonald seemed to be inclined to think that it was a bull, and I ought to shoot. So I shot, knocked splinters out of the spruce log. We could see them fly. The animal got up quickly and looked at us for a moment, shaking its long ears, and this huge, unmitigated cow vamoosed into the brush. MacDonald remarked that it was a I forgot, is he Scottish? Alright. A very fortunate shot, almost providential. I've forgotten what this guy is. I'm not gonna lie, I think that fella is supposed to be, quote-unquote, Indian. So, probably not gonna do that accent. And so it was. For if it had gone 6 inches lower and the news gotten out about at Bathurst, it would have cost me a fine $200. Well, you did well, Dad, puffed MacLeod. Very well indeed for the coup. After that, continued Hemingway, of course my nerve was a little shaken, and we went back to the camp by the river, and the rest over Sunday. That was all right, wasn't it, Matt? What the fuck are you saying? Hold on. That's just Pixie. Precisely. That's why they called him that. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here and watching me stumble through some 1921 copyrighted collection of stories from America and Canada. Mostly Canada. Oh, hold on, wait. After that, continued Hemingway, of course my nerve was a little shaken, and we went back to the main camp on the river to rest over Sunday. That was right, wasn't it? That was all right, wasn't it, Mac? Oh, okay, all right. So Mac, the Scottish dude, sounds like he's in. He's looking out for the fucking moose. He wants the moose to win, I think.
Games to Neverslow, thanks for sticking with us, 31 months and counting. I'm enjoying the reading stream, phrase love.
If I could read the words better, it would be even more fantastic, I'm sure. But thank you very much for the 31 months!
Hello, pretty.
Hello, Shannon. Just in time for a moose. Does it have a room? Is it a moose? Loose? About this hoose? How are you, Shannon? Can I get some hype for games? Denevry's low. Yeah, Muck is son of. Like in English, it would be, Stevenson. It would be Muck Stevens. Or O. Stevens. Or, there's tons of them. But yeah. You did well, Dad, puffed MacLeod. Very well indeed. For the coup. After that, continued Hemingway, of course my nerve was a little shaken, and we went back to my main camp on the river to rest over Sunday. That was all right, wasn't it, Mac? Aye, replied MacLeod, who was a strict member of the Presbyterian Church at Moncton. That was surely a very safe thing to do. Even a hunter, I'm thinking, wouldn't he want to be breaking to breaking trois commandments. Trois? Aye, I see. Even a hunter, I'm thinking, wouldn't he want to be breaking 2 commandments on when day? The 4th and the 6th. It is Scottish, it is written phonetically in Scottish. It's quite hard to both unpick the phonetic nature of the sentence and put the accent on it and actually understand what I'm trying to say with my mouth. But we go with it. Aye! That was surely a very safe thing to do. Even a hunter, I'm thinking, wouldn't he like to be breaking 2 commandments in ony day, the 4th and the 6th? Well, Vitrix, for this sentence, we got to the bottom of it, I can tell you now. MacLeod, who is a devout Presbyterian, is saying to Hemingway, you wouldn't want to be hunting on a Sunday because you would break 2 of the commandments, the 4th and the 6th. And to that, Hemingway says, perhaps not. It's enough to break 1, as you do once a fortnight when you run your train into Riviera de Loup Sunday morning. How's that, you old Calvinist? Dudley, my son, said the engineer, can he argue a point that you cannae understand? There's good and sufficient reason for the train, but you'll ne'er be claiming that moose hunting is work, a necessity, or mercy. No, of course not, but then, you see, barring Sundays, we felt that it was necessary to do all we could to get a moose, just for the sake of our reputations. Billy, the cook, was particularly strong about it. He said that an old woman in Bathurst, a kind of fortune teller, had told him that he was going to have a la bonne chance on this trip. He wanted to try his own mouth at calling. He'd never really done it before, but he had been practicing all winter an imitation of a tame cow moose that Johnny Morale had, and he thought that he could make the sound blean bone. So, he got the birch bark horn, gave us a sample of his skill. MacDonald told me privately that he was nie so bad, a deal better than Pete's feckless bellow. We agreed to leave the Indian to keep the camp, after locking up the whiskey flask in my bag. Take Billy with us on Monday to call at Hogan's Pond. It's a small bit of water, about 3/4 of a mile long and 400 yards across, and 4 miles back from the river. There is no trail to it, but a blazed line runs part of the way, and for the rest, you follow up the little brook that runs out to the pond. We stuck up our shelter on a hollow of the brook, half a mile down below the pond, so that the smoke of our fire would not drift over the hunting ground. We waited until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we went up into the pond. Took our position in a clump of birch trees on the edge of an open meadow that runs to the eastern shore. Just at dark, Billy began to call. It was beautiful. You know how it goes. 3 short grunts, and then a long ooh-ah, ooh, winding up, and then another grunt. It sounded lonelier than a lovesick hippopotamus of the top house. It rolled and echoed over the hills as if to wake the dead. There was a fine moon shining, nearly full, a few clouds floating on by. Billy called and called and called again, and the air grew colder and colder. Light frost on the meadow grass. Our teeth were chattering. Fingers were numb. Then we heard a bull give a short bawl, away off southward. Presently, we could hear his horns knock against the trees far up on the hill. MacDonald whispered, "He's coming." Billy gave out another call. But it was another bull that answered, back off to the north end of the pond. Pretty soon, we could hear him rapping along through the woods. Then everything was just still. "Call again," said MacDonald. Billy called again. But you know what Billy did first? Billy had a bio break. Because we're 2 hours into the stream. I hope you're enjoying this reading. If you are, you have dogs. Dogs_2018. To thank for this redemption. This is a 350,000 contraband redeem. A story time with Fraz. I need another drink. I also need to go pee. I will BRB. And then we're going to continue on with, well, problematic stories by problematic men from a problematic time talked about around campfires. See you guys in a moment.
to change. As your tools improve, so do your standards. Yes, Aphrodite is walking the hall, shimmering like a scalpel. There was a time I was happy enough to take off a water suit. That was then. What excuse do we have not to sculpt and sculpt and sculpt until the job is done? As your tools improve, so do your standards. Yes, Aphrodite is walking the hall, shimmering like a scalpel. There was a time I was happy enough to take off a water suit. That was then. What excuse do we have not to sculpt and sculpt and sculpt until the job is done? You know, looking at it now, I didn't realize how much her face sagged. Scalpel?
Excuse me?
Scalpel.
Doctor, she's not booked for a facelift.
Let's just come in here and...
Doctor, stop cutting. Doctor, stop cutting. Get me the chief of surgery. Get me the chief of surgery now!
I am tormented with an everlasting itch for things remote. I love to sail forbidden seas.
We're back. That was an extended bio break. Had some.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hold on. Connor, welcome back.
I love to sail forbidden seas.
I saw some bullshit happening earlier, Connor. What bullshittery is going on in the world? Charlie, thank you for the wrist stretch. Hi, Fig! Went for a drink during the bio break and ran into that handsome chap. What up, Fig? What a dude. Thank you for the picky. The figgy picky. We here today are doing a reading stream. Connor, your car didn't pass its yearly inspection. Needs new front shock absorbers. That's another big bite out of the budget. Oosh. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Wait about to whisper you where the robot is. You won't tell. I don't know where it is. The only one that would possibly know is Dooface. Or maybe Tombo. Yeah, Pixie. He's a buzzy boy, not as cuddly as Yuki.
But the lands we run to now have already been settled.
Could it have been the many trips to Efteling? Who can tell? Brainy bug boy! Wow, that is a brainy bug boy. You'd think that the brain would be, you know, held completely within the head. GG though, dude. And that is the end of the board.
Powers to predict the future. Catastrophic events have a way of sneaking up on us, of catching us unaware.
We're doing a reading stream today. If you are enjoying this, number one, you've got dogs to thank, because this is a redemption stream. It is a reading redemption stream. There is a few different types of redemption streams here. And that's one of them. Connor, I did not. We don't currently have any meetups planned. But no, what's going on? Tell me more. Can I get a little bit of hype for Dogs 2018 right there in chat?
You keep my game progress out of your mouth!
Oh,
Halo Zan needs a slap. 6 to 7 is cool, but nothing beats 6 to 9.
6 to 7 versus 6 to 9. If you are enjoying the stream and like Pylos and you wish to support with bits or subs or direct donations, they all go into this tracker above my head. Tomorrow we will be streaming once again. Usually I don't stream on Fridays, but number one, I didn't stream on Monday as it was Ananda's birthday. Reb, thank you for the 10 biddies, dude. I appreciate it. And not only that, tomorrow is our 9-year streamiversary. There is a new coaster that's been announced. A suspended launcher planned for 2029. Ooh, very fun. Yeah, we've been doing this for quite some time. Leaving a brain visible like that seems like an interesting design choice. Maybe it shoots lasers directly from the brain. Maybe that's just what happened, and then it kind of burned away the skull. Slowly but surely. Who knows? Or dares to dream. Stream levels aren't updating. Who was the last sub? It's very delayed. It does take a second. You made a sniper in Space Marine 2, so you wouldn't complain about it. Right, folks, let's get back to the correct scene. Got a campfire. So. Where are we? Billy, we took with us on Monday to call at Hogan's Pond. It's a small bit of water. Water. R's at the end of words really trip me up when it comes to American. Or Canadian. So when's Guybrush gonna walk up and tell us that he wants to be a mighty... No, he is a mighty pirate. Soon. obviously. It's a small bit of water. 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 It's a small bit of water. No, that's not right. How do I get over the fucking tricky... Because it's a rhotic. It's a rhotic accent. Which means all of the R's are pronounced. So when you're trying to do it as a British person who doesn't pronounce... You say water. Well, not all of us do. But quite a lot say water. It's very difficult to, like, know how hard to hit that R, because it's not... Water. It's not too hard, but it's hard enough that it is hit, because it's a rhotic accent, like Irish. Anyway, it's a small bit of water. It's about a 3/4... Fuck me, they've put quarter and water right next to each other. It's a small bit of water, about 3/4 of a mile long and 400 yards across, with 4 miles back from the river. There's so many R's at the end of every single one of these fucking words. Water, quarter, four, river. It's a small bit of water, about 3/4 of a mile long and about 400 yards across, 4 miles back from the river. There's no trail to it, but the blazed line runs part of the way, and for the rest of the way, you follow the little brook that runs up to the pond. We stuck up our shelter, in a hollow of a brook half a mile below the pond, so the smoke of our fire would not drift over the hunting ground, and wait till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we went up to the pond, took our position in a clump of birch trees in the edge of an open meadow that runs around to the eastern shore. Just at dark, Billy began to call, and it was beautiful. You know how it goes. 3 short grunts, and then a long ooh, ooh, winding up, and another grunt. Sounded lonelier than a lovesick hippopotamus on the top house. It rolled and echoed over the hills as if it would wake the dead. There was a fine moon shining, nearly full, and a few clouds floating by. Billy called and called and called again. The air grew colder and colder. Light frost on the meadow grass. Our teeth were chattering. Fingers were numb. Then we heard a bull give a short bawl. It's called a recap, Guardian. Hold on. Then we heard a bull give a short bawl away from us southward. Presently, he could hear the horns knock against the trees. Far up on a hill, MacDonald whispered, "He's coming." Billy gave another call. But it was another bull that answered, back to the north end of the pond. And pretty soon, we could hear him rapping along through the woods. Then everything was still. "Call again," says MacDonald. And Billy called again. This time, bawl came from another bull on top of the western hill, straight across the pond. It seems to start up the other 2 bulls, and we could hear all 3 of them thrashing along as fast as they could towards the pond. "Call again, Wian," says MacDonald, trembling with joy, and Billy called a little seducing call with 2 grunts at the end. I added that in. That's not actually in the story. Well, sir, at that, a cow and a calf came rushing down the brush not 200 yards from us, and 3 bulls went splashing into the river, into the water. One at the south end, one at the north end, and one on the western shore. "Land," whispers MacDonald. "It's a menagerie." "Dud," said the engineer. "Dud," said the engineer. getting down to open the furnace door a crack. This, more than murder you're coming at. This is more than a murder you're coming at. It's butchery. But also it's a pack of lies. I give you my word, said Hemingway. It's all true as the catechism. But let me go on. The cow and the calf only stayed in the water a few minutes, and then they ran back through the woods. But the 3 bulls went sloshing around the pond as if they were looking for something. We could hear them. We could not see any of them, but the sky had clouded up, and they kept far away from us. Billy tried another short call, but they did not come any nearer. MacDonald whispered that he thought the one in the south end might be the biggest, and he might be feeding, and the other 2 might be young bulls, and that they might be keeping away because they were afraid of the big one. And it seemed reasonable. And I said that I was going to crawl around the meadow to the south end. Keep near a tree, says Mac. Keep near a tree, says Mac, and I started. There was a deep trail worn by animals through a high grass. And this is where I crept along on my hands and knees, very wet and muddy, and my boots were full of cold water. So many waters. After 10 minutes, I came on a little point running out of the pond, and one young birch growing on it. Under this, I crawled, rising up on my knees, looked up over the top of the grass and the bushes. There, in the shallow bay, standing knee-deep in the water and rooting up a lily stem with his long, pendulous nose, was the biggest, blackest bull moose in the world. As he pulled the roots from the mud and tossed his dripping head back, I could see his horns 4.5 feet across, if they were an inch. 4.5 feet across, if they were an inch. And the palms, shining like tea trays in the moonlight. I tell you, old Silverhorns was the most beautiful monster I ever saw. But he was too far away to shoot in that dim light. So I left my birch tree, and I crawled along towards the edge of the bay. A breath of wind must have blown across me to him, for he lifted his head, sniffed, grunted, and came out of the water and began to trot slowly along the trail which led past me. I knelt on one knee. I tried to take aim. Black cloud came over the moon. Couldn't see either of the sights of my gun. When the bull came opposite me, about 50 yards, I blazed away a venture. He reared straight up on his hind legs. Looked as if he rose 50 feet in the air. He wheeled, went walloping along the trail around the south end of the pond. And then, in a minute, he was just lost into the woods. Goodbye, Silverhorns. You tell it well, said MacLeod, reaching for a fresh cigar. Fegs. Fegs. I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to be. Forget? No. Anyway, fegs! That's F-E-G-S. Fegs! Doot Sir Walter himself couldn't improve upon it. And see thoughts the way ye didna murder poor Silverhorns. It's a tale I'm joyful to be hearing. Yep. Figs! I doubt Sir Walter himself could improve upon it. And see, that thought's the way you didn't murder poor Silverhorns. It's a tale I'm joyful to be hearing. I don't get the figs bit, but I understand the rest of it. I doubt Sir Walter himself couldn't improve upon it. And say that's the way you didn't murder poor Silverhorns. It's a tale I'm joyful to be hearing. Wait a bit, Hemingway answered. That's not the end. Not by a long shot. There is worse to follow. Next morning we returned to the bay at daybreak, where MacDonald thought we might have wounded the moose. We searched the bushes and the woods where we went out very carefully, looking for drops of blood on his trail. Blood! Groaned the engineer. Ach, man. Wouldn't that come... Hech, mon, wouldn't that come nigh to mak your greet to find the beast's red blood, splashed over the leaves? I think of him staggering on through the forest, dripping the heart o'er him with every step. Alright, we good? We good? I can do that now. Takes a second. Hi, Jammy. Hi, Shade. How you doing? Ahoy, hoy. Blood! Groaned the engineer. Oh, he's groaning. Blood! Ach, mon. Wouldn't that come nigh to make you greet? Find the beast red blood splashed over the leaves. I'm thinking him staggering on through the forest, dripping the heart out of him with every step. One more time for posterity. I'm missing this middle bit. I'm missing the bit. Wouldn't that come nigh to make you great? Wouldn't that come nigh to make you great? Make you great. Wouldn't that come nigh to make you great? Fegs, he's done it. Oh, wait, hold on. A shortening for form of fakins. Only used an exclamation. Oh, like, upon my life. Well, basically, fucking hell. It's a shortened form of fakins. Fegs! Fucking hell. Alright. We can bring back Fegs. Fegs!
Does anybody else feel like a Friday?
Feg. I feel very much feggy. Altered version of faith, used to express surprise or mild invocation. Fegs, I didn't think he'd make it. Heck, man. Wouldn't he that come nigh to make you great? It's making you great. I don't quite get the wouldn't that come nigh to make you great? Is how I'm reading it, and I don't quite get that. I feel like it might be old English. Find the beast's red blood splashed over the leaves, and think of him. Oh, wait, hold on. Is he trying to say, oh, wouldn't that make you sad? Wouldn't he not come to meet you greet? I don't get greet in this sentence. Also, we can't specifically search that, because that's greet, G-R-E-E-T, because it's written phonetically in a Scottish accent. So I would assume G-R-E-A-T for great, but greet. But it could be any number of other things. Well, maybe not any number of other things. To find the beast's red blood splashed over the leaves and think of him staggering on through the forest, dripping the heart out of him with every step. I mean, as language, it's great. Very hard to do. Hold on, we've got this. Okay. Blood! Groaned the engineer. Ach, man. Wouldn't that come nigh to make you great? To find the beast's red blood splashed over the leaves and think he's staggering through the forest, dripping the heart out of him with every step. But we didn't find any blood, you old sentimentalist. That shot in the dark was a clear miss. We followed that trail by broken bushes and footprints for half a mile, and then we came back to the pond and turned to go down through the edge of the woods into the camp. It's just after sunrise. It was walking a few yards ahead, MacDonald next and Billy last. Suddenly, we looked around to the left, gave a low whistle. and dropped to the ground, pointing northwards. Away at the head of the pond, beyond the glitter of the sun and the water, the big blackness of Silverhorn's head and the body was pushing through the bushes, dripping with dew. Each of us flopped down behind the nearest shrub as if we'd been playing squat tag, whatever the hell squat tag is. Billy had the birch bark with him, and he gave a low, short call. Silverhorns heard it, turned, and came parading slowly down the western shore, now on the sand beach, now splashing through the shallow water. We could see every motion and hear every sound. He marched along as if he owned the earth, swinging his huge head from side to side and grunting at each step. You see, we were just at the edge of the woods, strung along at the south end of the pond, Billy nearest the western shore, where the moose was walking, MacDonald next and I last, perhaps 15 yards further to the east. It was a fool arrangement, but we had no time to think about it. MacDonald whispered that I should wait until the moose came close to us and stopped. So I waited. I could see him swagger along the sand and step around the fallen logs. The nearer he came, the bigger his horns looked. Each palm was like an enormous silver fish fork with 20 prongs. He went out of my sight for a minute as he passed around a little bay to the southwest corner, getting nearer and nearer to Billy. I could still hear his steps distantly. Slosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. The grunting had stopped. The closer that he came, closer came the sound until I was directly behind the dense Closer came the sound until it was directly behind the dense green branches of a fallen balsam tree, not 20 feet away from Billy. Then, suddenly, the noise ceased. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ribs, but nothing else. And of Silverhorns, not hair nor hide was visible. It looked as if he must be a Boojum, whatever that is, and had the power to softly and silently vanish away. Billy and Mac were beckoning to me fiercely, and pointing to the great green balsam top. I gripped my rifle and started to creep forwards. A little twig, about as thick as the tip of a fishing rod, cracked under my knee. There was a terrible crash behind the balsam, then plunging through the underbrush and rattling among the branches, a lumbering gallop up the hill through the forest, and Silverhorns was gone into the invisible. He'd stopped behind a tree because he'd smelled the grease on Billy's boots. He'd stood there, hesitating. Billy and Mac could see his shoulder and his side through the gap in the branches. A dead easy shot. But so far as I was concerned, he might as well have been in Alaska. I told you that the way that we had placed ourselves was a fool arrangement, but MacDonald would not say anything about it except to express his conviction that it was not predestined that we should get that moose. Oh, didn't he can a raw... Fuck me. I might have to read ahead for this one, and then give the reading. Okay, yep. Ken is like, no. Old Scottish for... Well, not even Old Scottish. Ken is no in Scottish. But I'm thinking he went back. Okay, cool. I think, wait, hold on. But, no, I'm thinking. Ah! Didn't ken old Rob had so much theology about him, commented MacLeod. But no, I'm thinking you went back to your main camp and let poor Silverhorns live out his life. Not much we did. For now, we knew that he wasn't badly frightened by the adventure of the night before, and that we might get another chance at him. In the afternoon it began to rain, and it poured for 48 hours. It covered our shelter before the smoky fire, and lived on short rations of crackers and dried prunes. A hungry time. But wasn't there slathers of food up at the main camp? Only a fool would ken enough to get down by the river and take a good fill up. One more time! But wasn't there slathers of food up at the main camp? Only a fool would ken enough to get down the river. That's care, this one. That's not ken. That's not no, that's actually care. I think the other one might be care as well, to be fair. It's all over the place. One more time. But wasn't there slathers of food up at the main camp? Only a fool would care enough to get down by the river and take a good fill up. Fill up! But that wasn't what we wanted. It was silver horns. Billy and I made McDonald stay. And Thursday afternoon, when the clouds broke away, we went back to the pond to have the last try at our luck. This time, we took our positions with great care. Among some small spruces on a joint that ran out on the southern meadow. I was farthest to the west. MacDonald, who had also brought his gun, was next. Billy, with the horn, was furthest away at this point, where he thought the moose would come. So, Billy began to call, very beautifully. Long echoes went bellowing over the hills. The afternoon was still, and the setting sun shone through a light mist, like a ball of red gold. 15 minutes after sundown, Silverhorns gave out a loud bawl from the western ridge and came crashing down the hill. He cleared the bushes 200 or 300 yards to our left with a leap, rushed into the pond, came wading around the south shore towards us. The bank here was rather high, perhaps 4 feet above the water, and the mud below was deep, so that the moose sank in up to his knees. I give you my word. As he came along, there was nothing visible to Mac and me except his ears and his horns. Everything else was hidden below the bank. There were we behind our little spruce trees, and there was Silverhorns, standing still right now, right in front of us. And all that Mac and I could see were those big ears and those magnificent antlers, appearing and disappearing as he lifted and lowered his... No, appearing and disappearing as he lifted and lowered his head. It was a fearful situation. And there was Billy, with his birch bark hooter, 40 yards below us. He could see the moose perfectly. I looked at Mac, he looked at me. He whispered something about predestination. Then Billy lifted his horn and made ready to give a little soft grunt to see if the moose wouldn't move along a little bit, just to oblige us. But as Billy drew in his breath, one of those fool flies that are always blundering around a man's face flew straight down his throat. Instead of a call, he burst out with a furious strangling fit of coughing. The moose gave a snort and a wild leap into the water and galloped away under the bank. And the way he calmed Mac and I both fired at his vanishing ears and horns. But of course, all aboard! The conductor's shout rang along the platform. Line's clear, exclaimed MacLeod, rising. Now we be off. Will you be staying here with me or going back to your bed? Here, answered Hemingway, not budging from the place on his bench. The bell clanged and the powerful machine puffed out. I'm sorry, hold on. The bell clanged and the powerful machine puffed out on its flaring way to the night. Through the night, in fact. I'm going to do this one more time. The bell clanged and the powerful machine puffed out on its flaring way through the night. Faster and faster came the big explosive breaths until they blended into a long, steady roar, and the train was sweeping northwards at 40 miles an hour. Clouds had broken, and the night was growing colder. The gibbous moon... Gibbous! Gibbous is a great moon. The gibbous moon gleamed over the vast and solitary landscape. It was a different thing to Hemingway, riding in the cab of the locomotive. He, from an ordinary journey, in the passenger car or an unconscious rider in the sleeper. Wait. It was a different thing to Hemingway riding in the cab of the locomotive, from an ordinary journey in the passenger car or an unconscious rider in the sleeper. Here, he was on the crest of the motion, the forefront of speed, and the quivering engine with the long train behind it seemed like a living creature leaping along its track. It responded to the labor of the fireman and the touch of the engineer almost as if it could think and feel. So he got his gun out and he shot it. Oh wait, no, I read that wrong. Its pace quickened, without a jar. Its great eye pierced the silvery space of moonlight with a shaft of blazing yellow. The rails sang before it and trembled behind it. It was an obedient and joyful monster, conquering distance and devouring darkness. On the wide level barrens beyond the Tete Gauche River, the locomotive reached its best speed, purring like a huge cat and running smoothly. McLeod leaned back on his bench with a satisfied air. "She be doing fine the nacht," he said. "I'm thinking, Wales, your old Silverhorns. I'm thinking, Wales, your old Silverhorns. Where is he new? Away up on Hagen Pond, gallanting around in the licht of the moon, at the licht of the moon, with a lady moose, and the gladness just bubbling in his heart. You're not sorry that he's leaving yet, are you, dude? Dud." This is so difficult to read, but it is genuinely fun too. "Ah, she's doing fine the nacht," he said. "I'm thinking, Wales, your old Silverhorns. Where is he new? Away up on High Hagen Point, gallanting around in the licht of the moon with a lady moose, and the gladness just bubbling in his heart. You're not sorry that he's leaving yet, are you, Dud?" "Well," answered Hemingway, "I don't know what you just said." No, that's not what he said. "Well," answered Hemingway slowly between the puffs of his pipe, "I can't say. I'm sorry that he's alive and happy. I can't say I'm sorry he's alive and happy. No, I'm not glad that I lost him. But he did his best. The old rogue. He played a good game, and he deserved the win. Where he is now, nobody could tell. He was traveling like a streak of lightning when I last saw him. By this time, he may be... What's yon?" cried McLeod, springing up. Far ahead, in the narrow apex of the converging rails, stood a black form, motionless, mysterious. McLeod grasped the whistle cord. Black form loomed higher in the moon's light, and the clearly silhouetted against the horizon, a big moose standing across the track. They could see his grotesque... That's mean. They could see his grotesque head, his shadowy horns, high, sloping shoulders. The engineer pulled the cord, and the whistle shrieked loud and long. The moose turned and faced the sound. The glare of the light fascinated, challenged, angered him. There he stood, defiant, front feet planted wide apart, head lowered, gazing steadily at the unknown enemy that was rushing towards him. He was the monarch of the wilderness. There was nothing in the world that he feared, except those strange-smelling little beasts on two legs who crept around the woods and shot fire out of their sticks. This was surely not one of those treacherous animals, but some strange, new creature that dared to shriek at him and try to drive him out of its way. He would not move. He would try his strength against this big, yellow-eyed beast. "Wash!" cried McLeod. "He's going to fetch us!" And he dropped the cord, grabbing the levers and threw the steam off and the brakes on hard. The heavy train slid, groaning and jarring along its track. The moose never stirred. The fire smoldered in his small, narrow eyes. His black crest was bristling, As the engine bore down upon him, not a rod away, he reared high up into the air, his antlers flashing in the blaze, and struck full at the headlight with his immense forefeet. There was a shattering of glass, a crash, a heavy shock, and the train slid on in through the darkness, lit only by the moon. 30 or 40 yards beyond, momentum was exhausted, and the engine came to a stop. Hemingway and McLeod clambered down and ran back with the other trainsmen and a few other passengers. The moose was lying in a ditch beside the track, stone dead and frightfully shattered. Oh. But the great head and the vast, spreading antlers were intact. "Silver horns, sure enough," said McLeod, bending over him. "He was crossing to free the nusbas quit to the jacket." He was crossing from something to something. "But I didn't get across." "Well, Dud, are you glad? You'd killed your first moose." "Yes," said Hemingway. "It's my first moose. But it's your first moose, too. And I think it's our last. Ye gods, what a fighter." End of the story. What the fuck is that for a finish? I got really into that story, and then it turns out that they just fucking ran it over with a train. This beautiful... I mean, I feel like there's some sort of... There's definitely a... what's the word? There's a lesson to be taken away from this. There is a moral lesson for the boys around the campfire. Dogs, you're welcome. You're welcome. That was... I mean, it was really fucking evocative language when you got to the, like, last third. Moral of the story, mooses should be more worried about trains. Silly moose. Don't charge down a train. This is the Melee Island watch point. That one, the language in that one was fantastic. Near the end there. Even if it was incredibly difficult to read the phonetic Scottish. Okay, we've got another one. It's not too hot in here, and my brain hasn't completely baked yet. So, we're still going. Oh. Do I even have... I do have McCoy on this scene. That should have worked. And I am connected. Oh, I know why I didn't. I know exactly why I didn't. Because I have not got this scene as a loud scene. This one is called Campfire. Maybe it's sorry, 2 seconds. Where are we? Oh, does it even recognize it? It does! There we go. I don't know if that's saved. I don't think it did. Bear with me. There we go. Gotta love a bit of live troubleshooting. Food time, Styly. Thank you very much for being here. Enjoy your foodie foods. There's a marauding going on. High-risk, high-reward maneuver that might see you walk away with a ton of plunder, might see you walk away with nothing. I also hope that I'd replaced a McCoy with the old guy in the watch outpost. We're doing it live! Alright. That spot. We're going to read next. Out, down, spot. That spot by Jack London. I don't think much of Stephen McKay anymore, though I used to swear by him. I know that in those days, I loved him more than my brother. If ever I met Stephen McKay again, I should not be responsible for my actions. It passes beyond me. The man with whom I shared food and blanket, and with whom I mushed over the Chilkoot Trail, should turn out the way he did. I always sized Stephen up as a square man, a kindly comrade, without an iota of anything vindictive or malicious in his nature. I shall never trust my judgment in men again. Why, I nursed that man through typhoid fever. We starved together in the headwaters of the Stewart. And he saved my life on the Little Salmon. And now, after the years we were together, all I can say of Stephen Mackay is that he is the meanest man that I ever knew. Good night, Guardian. We started for the Klondike in the fall rush of 1897, and we started too late to get over the Chilkoot Pass before the freeze-up. We packed our outfit on our backs part way over, when the snow began to fly. And then we had to buy dogs in order to sled the rest of the way. That was how we came to get that spot. Dogs were high, and we paid $110 for him. He looked worth it. I say looked, because he was one of the finest appearing dogs I ever saw. He weighed 60 pounds, and he had all of the lines of a good sled animal. We never could make out his breed. He wasn't husky, nor Malamute, nor Hudson Bay. He looked like all of them, and he didn't look like any of them. And on top of it all, he had some of the white man's dog in him. On one side, in the thick of the mixed yellow, brown, red, dirty white that was his prevailing colour, there was a spot of coal black, as big as a water bucket. And that's why we called him Spot. He was a good looker, all right. When he was in good condition, his muscles stood out in bunches all over him. And he was the strongest looking brute I ever saw in Alaska. Also, the most intelligent looking. To run your eyes over him, you'd think that he could outpull 3 dogs of his own weight. Maybe he could, but we never saw it. His intelligence didn't run that way. He could steal and forage to perfection. He had an instinct that was positively gruesome for divining when work was to be done and for making a sneak accordingly. And for getting lost. And not staying lost, he was nothing short of inspired. And when it came to work, the way that intelligence dribbled out of him and left him a mere clot of wobbling, stupid jelly would make your heart bleed. There are times when I think it wasn't stupidity. Maybe, like some men I know, he was too wise to work. I shouldn't wonder if he put it all over us with that intelligence of his. Maybe he figured it all out and decided that a licking now and again and no work was a whole lot better than work all the time and no licking. He was intelligent enough for such a computation. I tell you, I've sat and looked into that dog's eyes till the shivers ran up and down my spine and the marrow crawled like yeast. What of the intelligence I saw shining out? I can't express myself about that intelligence. It's beyond mere words. I saw it, that's all. At times, it was like gazing into a human soul to look into his eyes. And what I saw there frightened me. It started all sorts of ideas in my own mind of reincarnation and all the rest. I tell you, I sensed something big in that brute's eyes. There was a message there, but I wasn't big enough myself to catch it, whatever it was. I know I'm making a fool of myself. Whatever it was, it baffled me. I can't give an inkling of what I saw in that brute's eyes. It wasn't light, it wasn't color. It wasn't something that moved away back when the eyes themselves weren't moving. No, it wasn't light, it wasn't color. It was something that moved away back when the eyes themselves weren't moving. And I guess I didn't see it move either. I only sensed that it moved. It was an expression. That's what it was. And I got an impression of it. No, it was a different from a mere expression. It was more than that. I don't know what it was, but it gave me a feeling of kinship just the same. No, not sentimental kinship. It was rather a kinship of equality. Those eyes never pleaded like a deer's eyes. They challenged. No, it wasn't defiance. It was just a calm assumption of equality. And I don't think it was deliberate. My belief is that it was unconscious on his part. That it was there because it was there, and it couldn't help but shine out. No, I don't mean shine. It didn't shine, it moved. I know I'm talking rot, but if you'd looked in that animal's eyes the way I have, you'd understand. Steve was affected the same way I was. Well, I tried to kill that spot once. It was not good for anything. And I fell down on him, and I led him out into the brush, and he came along slow and unwilling. He knew what was going on. I stopped in a likely place. I put my foot on a rope, pulled my big Colts, and that dog sat down and looked at me. I tell you, he didn't plead. He just looked. And I saw all kinds of incomprehensible things. Moving. Yes, moving in those eyes of his. I didn't really see them move. I thought I saw them. But as I said before, I guess I only sensed them. And I want to tell you right now that it got beyond me. It was like killing a man. Conscious, brave man who looked calmly into your gun as much as to say, who's afraid? Then, too, the message seemed so near that instead of pulling the trigger quick, I stopped to see if I could catch the message. There it was, right before me, glimmering all around in those eyes of his. And then it was too late. I got scared. I was trembly all over, and my stomach generated a nervous palpitation that made me seasick. I just sat down, and I looked at the dog, and he looked at me, till I thought I was going crazy. Do you know what I did? I threw down the gun, and I ran back to camp with the fear of God in my heart. Steve laughed at me. But I noticed that Steve led Spot into the woods a week later for the same purpose, and that Steve came back alone. And a little later, Spot drifted back too. And At any rate, Spot wouldn't work. We paid $110 for him, and that's from the bottom of our sack, and he wouldn't work. He wouldn't even tighten the traces. Steve spoke to him the first time that we put him on a harness, and he sort of shivered. And that's all. Not an ounce on the traces. He just stood and wobbled, much like jelly. Steve touched him with a whip. He yelped, but not an ounce. He yelped, but not an ounce. Steve touched him again, a bit harder, and he howled, the regular long wolf howl. Then Steve got mad and gave him half a dozen. I came on the run from the tent. I told Steve that he was brutal with the animal, and we had some words, the first that we had ever had. When he threw the whip down into the snow and walked away mad, and I picked it up and went to it. That Spot trembled and wobbled and cowered before ever I swung the lash. And with the first bite of it, he howled like a lost soul. Next, he lay down in the snow. I started the rest of the dogs, and they dragged him along while I threw the whip at him. He rolled over onto his back and bumped along, his four legs waving in the air, himself howling as though he was going through a sausage machine. Steve came back and laughed at me. I apologized for what I'd said. There was no getting any work out of that Spot. And to make up for it, he was the biggest pig glutton of a dog that I ever saw. On top of that, he was the cleverest thief. There was no circumventing him. At many a breakfast, we went out without our bacon because Spot had been there first. And that was because of him that we nearly starved to death up in the Stewart. He figured out the way to break into our meat cache, and what he didn't eat, the rest of the team did. But he was impartial. He stole from everybody. He was a restless dog, always very busy snooping around or going somewhere. There was never a camp within 5 miles that he didn't raid. The worst of it was he always came back on us to pay his board bill. No. Let me get that right. The worst of it was, they always came back on us to pay his board bill, which was just, being the law of the land, but it was mighty hard on us, especially that first winter in Chilkoot, when we were busted paying for whole hams and sides of bacons that we never ate. He could fight too, that Spot. He could do everything but work. He never pulled a pound, but he was the boss of the whole team. The way he made those dogs stand around was an education. He bullied them. And there wasn't always one or more of them fresh marked with his fangs, but he was more than a bully. He wasn't afraid of anything that walked on 4 legs. And I've seen him march single-handedly into a strange team, without any provocation, whatever, and put the kibosh on the whole outfit. Did I say that he could eat? I caught him eating a whip once. That's straight. He started in at the lash, and when we caught him, he was down to the handle and still going. But he was a looker. At the end of the first week, we sold him for $75 to the mounted police. They had experienced dog drivers, and we knew that by the time he'd covered the 600 miles in Dawson, he'd be a good sled dog. We say we knew. We were just getting acquainted with that Spot. A little later, we were not brash enough to know anything where he was concerned. A week later, we woke up in the morning to the dangest dogfight we'd ever heard. It was that Spot come back, knocking the team into shape. We ate a pretty depressing breakfast, I can tell you, but cheered up 2 hours afterwards when we sold him to an official courier, bound into Dawson with governmental dispatches. That Spot was only 3 days in coming back, and, as usual, celebrated his arrival with a rough house. We spent the winter and the spring, after our own outfit was across the pass, frightening other people's outfits, and we made Fat steak. Also, we made money out of Spot. If we sold him once, we sold him 20 times. He always came back, and no one asked for their money. We didn't want money. We'd have paid handsomely for anyone to take him off our hands. We had to get rid of him, and we couldn't give him away, but that would have been suspicious. But he was such a fine looker that we never had any difficulty in selling him. Unbroke, we'd say. And they'd pay any old price for him. We sold him as low as $25, and once we got $150 for him. That particular party returned him in person, refused to take his money back, and the way he abused us was something awful. He said it was cheap at a price to tell us what he thought of us. And we felt it was so justified that we never talked back. But to this day, I've never quite regained all of the old self-respect that was mine before that man talked to me. When the ice cleared out of the lakes and river, we put our outfit in a Lake Bennett boat and started for Dawson. We had a good team of dogs, and of course we piled them on top of the outfit. That Spot was along, there was no losing him, and a dozen times the first day he knocked one and another of the dogs overboard in the course of fighting them. It was close quarters, and he didn't like being crowded. What that dog needs is space, Steve said on the second day. Let's maroon him. We did. Running the boat in at Caribou Crossing for him to jump ashore. Two of the other dogs, good dogs, followed him. And we lost 2 whole days trying to find them. We never saw those 2 dogs again. But the quietness and relief we enjoyed made us decide, like the man who refused his $150, that it was cheap at the price. For the first time in months, Steve and I laughed and whistled and sang. We were as happy as clams. The dark days were over. The nightmare had been lifted. That Spot was gone. 3 weeks later, one morning, Steve and I were standing on the bank of a river. A small boat was just arriving from Lake Bennett. I saw Steve give a start and heard him say something not nice, and that was not under his breath. Then I looked, and there, in the bow of a boat, with ears pricked up, sat Spot. Steve and I sneaked immediately like beaten curs, like cowards, like absconders from justice. It was this last that the lieutenant of police thought when he saw us sneaking. He surmised that there were law officers in the boat who were after us. He didn't wait to find out, but kept us in sight. And in the M&M saloon, got us in a corner. We had a merry time explaining, for we refused to go back to the boat and meet Spot. Finally, he held us under guard of another policeman while he went to the boat. After we got clear of him, we started for the cabin. And when we arrived, there was that Spot, sitting on the stoop, waiting for us. Now, how did he know we lived there? There were some 40,000 people in Dawson that summer. And how did he savvy our cabin out of all of the cabins? How did he know that we were in Dawson anyway? I leave it to you. But don't forget what I've said about his intelligence and that immortal something that I've seen glimmering in his eyes. There was no getting rid of him anymore. There were too many people in Dawson who had bought him up in Chilcoot, and the story had got around. 6 times, we put him on board steamboats going to the Yukon. He merely went ashore at the first landing and trotted back up the bank. We couldn't sell him. We couldn't kill him. Both Steve and I had tried, and nobody else was able to kill him. He bore a charmed life. I've seen him go down in a dogfight on the main street with 50 dogs on top of him. And when they were separated, he'd appear on all his 4 legs, unharmed, while 2 of the other dogs that had been on top of him would be lying dead. I saw him steal a chunk of moose meat from Major Dinwiddie's cache. So heavy that he could just keep it one jump ahead of Mrs. Dinwiddie's squaw cook, who was after him with an axe. As he went up the hill, after the squaw gave out, Major Dinwiddie himself came out, pumped his Winchester into the landscape. He emptied the magazine and never touched that spot. Then a policeman came along and arrested him for discharging firearms inside the city limits. Major Dinwiddie paid his fine, and Steve and I paid him for the moose meat at the rate of $1 a pound, bones and all. That was what he paid for it. Meat was high that year. I'm only telling you what I saw with my own eyes. And now, I'll tell you something also. I saw that spot fall through a watering hole. The ice was 3.5 feet thick, and the current sucked him under like a straw. 300 yards below was the big water hole used by the hospital. Spot crawled out of the hospital water hole, licked off the water, bit at the ice that had formed between his toes, trotted up the bank, whipped a big Newfoundland belonging to the Gold Commissioner. In that fall of 1898, Steve and I poled up the Yukon on the last water bound for Stewart River. We took the dogs along, all except Spot. We figured we'd be feeding him along enough. He cost us more time and trouble and money and grub than we got by selling him in the Chilcot, especially grub. So Steve and I tied him down in the cabin and pulled our freight. We camped that night at the mouth of Indian River, and Steve and I were pretty facetious over having shaken him. Steve was a funny cuss, and I was sitting up in the blankets and laughing when a tornado hit camp. The way that Spot walked into those dogs and gave them what for was hair-raising. Now, how did he get loose? It's up to you. I haven't a theory. And how did he get across the River Klondike? That's another facer. And anyway, how did he know that we'd gone up the Yukon? You see, we went by water, and he couldn't smell our tracks. Steve and I began to get superstitious about that dog. He got on our nerves, too. And between you and me, we're just a mite afraid of him. The freeze-up came on when we were in the mouth of Henderson Creek. And we traded him off for 2 sacks of flour to an outfit that was bound up the White River after Copler. Now that whole outfit was lost. Never trace nor hide nor hair of men, dogs, sleds, or anything was ever found. They dropped clean out of sight. It became one of the mysteries of the country. Steve and I plugged away up the Stewart, and 6 weeks afterwards, that Spot crawled into camp. He was perambulating. He was a perambulating skeleton and could just drag along, but he got there. And what I want to know is who told him that we were up the Stewart. We could have gone 1,000 other places. How did he know? You tell me, and I'll tell you. No losing him. At the Mayo, he started a row with an Indian dog. The buck, who owned the dog, took a swing at Spot with an axe, missed him, killed his own dog. Talk about magic and turning bullets aside. I, for one, consider it a blamed sight harder to turn an axe aside with a big buck at one end of it. And I saw him do it with my own eyes. That buck didn't want to kill his own dog. You got to show me. I told you about Spot breaking into our meat cache. It was nearly the death of us. There wasn't any more meat to be killed, and meat was all that we had to live on. The moose had gone back several hundred miles, the Indians with them. So that, I need to take a moment out. Were we implying that they were going to eat people? Anyway. Oh, maybe they're going to trade. They're probably going to trade, right? We'll go with trading. The moose had gone back several hundred miles, and the Indians with them. There we were. Spring was on, and we had to wait for the river to break. We got pretty thin before we decided to eat the dogs. And we decided to eat Spot first. Do you know what that dog did? He sneaked. Now, how did he know our minds were made up to eat him? We sat up nights laying for him, but he never came back. And we ate the other dogs. We ate the whole team. And now for the sequel. You know what it is when the big river breaks and a few billion tons of ice go out, jamming and milling and grinding, just in the thick of it. When the Stuart went out, rumbling and roaring, we sighted Spot out in the middle. He got caught, and he was trying to cross up above somewhere. Steve and I yelled and shouted and ran down the bank, tossing our hats into the air. Sometimes we'd stop and hug each other. We were that boisterous. But we saw Spot's finish. He didn't have a chance. He didn't have a chance in a million. He didn't have any chance at all. After the ice run, we got into a canoe, paddled down the Yukon. Down the Yukon to Dawson, stopping to feed up for a week at the cabins in the mouth of Henderson Creek. And as we came into the bank at the Dawson, there sat Spot, waiting for us. His ears pricked up, his tail waggling, his mouth smiling, extending a hearty welcome to us. Now, how did he get out of the ice? How did he know we were coming to Dawson? To the very hour and the very minute to be out here on the bank waiting for us. The more I think of that Spot, the more I'm convinced that there are things in this world that go beyond science. Oh, no scientific grounds can that Spot be explained. It's psychic phenomena, or mysticism, or something of that sort, I guess. With a lot of theosophy thrown in. Klondike is a good country. I might have been there yet and become a millionaire if it hadn't been for Spot. Got on my nerves. I stood him for 2 years altogether. And then I guess my stamina broke. But I fixed it up, all right. I wrote Steve a note and enclosed a package of rough on rats, telling him what to do with it. I was worn down to the skin and bone by that Spot. And I was that nervous that I'd jump and look around when there wasn't anybody within hailing distance. But it was astonishing the way that I recuperated when I got quit of him. I got 20 pounds before I arrived in San Francisco. And by the time I'd crossed the ferry to Oakland, I was my old self again. So that even my wife looked in vain for any change in me. Steve wrote to me once, and his letter seemed irritated. He took it kind of hard because I'd left him with Spot. Also, he said he used the rough on rats as per direction, and that there was nothing doing. I kind of fear this question. What is a rough on rats? Rat poison. Makes sense. Ah, yes. Rough on rats. Rat poison. He was going to poison the dog. Got you. He said he'd used the rough on rats per directions, and that there was nothing doing. A year went by. I was back at the office and prospering in all ways, even getting a little bit fat. And then Steve arrived. He didn't look at me. I read his name in the steamer list and wondered why. But I didn't wonder long. I got up one morning and found that Spot chained to the gatepost and holding up the milkman. Steve went north to Seattle, I learned, that very morning. I didn't put on any more weight. My wife made me buy him a collar and a tag, and within an hour, he showed his gratitude by killing her pet Persian cat. There is no getting rid of that Spot. He will be with me until I die. He'll never die. My appetite is not so good since he arrived. And my wife says that I'm looking peaked. Last night, that Spot got into Mr. Harvey's hen house. Harvey's my next door neighbor. And killed 19 of his fancy bred chickens. I shall have to pay for them. My neighbors on the other side quarreled with my wife and then moved out. Spot was the cause of it. And that is why I am disappointed in Stephen Mackay. I had no idea that he was so mean a man. Full stop. That was a fucking good story. I mean, it was awful. It was horrible. These are stories for children. Remember, these are campfire stories for like teenagers from the 1920s. It was really well written. I'm not gonna lie, it killed me a bit to see the viewership go down on that one because I was like, ah, nice. I feel like I'm actually doing this one some justice. Hey, you can't have all the good things all the time. Jack London's a great author. In the US, you read his books in elementary school. Although I feel like maybe a lot of the subject matter in these, I don't quite know what they're going with. Spot's like a cross between the Littlest Hobo and Rambo. Pixie, yeah, but it's always visible on OBS. Sometimes I see it anyway. And sometimes, you know, it's a bit of a confidence thing. Sometimes you're like, shit, this is going well. I feel like I'm in the flow of this one. I'm feeling flowy. And knowing it's there, sometimes you feel flowy and you're like, oh, okay, are other people flowing with me? Oh, no, they're not. Spot's a menace, but the people are rubbish. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the introduction for this book.
You keep my game progress out of your mouth!
Thank you, Ananda.
Inanda one needs a slap. I'm loving the reading stream.
That one was really, really well written. Like, I did trip up a few times, but, like, it just flowed, man. I might need to... White Fang? Jack London, White Fang. Is it I mean, what's the subject matter of White Fang? Is it about him killing dogs. Because I probably won't read that one. But that was just a great story. And although it was problematic in many ways, it was nice in the way that you can sort of understand it from every perspective. Those guys were dicks to that dog, but that dog was literally a curse. So, a hard one. White Fang's a wolf dog. Oh god, were people mean to the wolf dog? I mean, I really liked that. That story was really good. And if there's other stories I would like to read, let's do some reading. Let's try. Let's see what this one's about. This is The Hydrophobic Skunk. Now this stream is taking it out of me a little bit. It is very warm still. But I'm sticking with it. You're so intrigued by this one? The Hydrophobic Skunk. I've got my AC blasting, Lotus. Like, I mean, ice pack would be helpful. But, like, it is blasting. And today, I only have one PC going. I don't have the second PC going. Sit on one. Oh, make me. And I sit on an ice lolly. God damn, brutal. I'm playing snowboard kids whilst listening. To fool your senses, Pixie. I love it. This is no weather for giving hugs, indeed. Okay. Let's bloody do this thing. Haha, get fucked, wasp. So, because I've got the AC going, obviously the windows are closed. Every now and again I see a wasp donk against the window as it tries to enter my room. Hiccup. The hydrophobic skunk resides at the extreme bottom of the Grand Canyon. And, next to a Southern Republican who never asked for federal office, is the rarest of living creatures. He is so rare that nobody ever saw him. That is, nobody except a native. I met plenty of tourists who had seen people who had seen him, but never a tourist who had seen them with his own eyes. In addition to it being rare, he is highly gifted. I think almost anybody will agree with me that the common, ordinary skunk has been most richly dowered by nature. To adorn a skunk with any extra qualifications seems as great a waste of the raw material as painting the lily or gilding refined gold. He is already amply equipped for outdoor pursuits. Nobody intentionally shoves him around. Everybody gives him as much room as he seems to need. He commands respect. Nay, more than that, respect and veneration wherever he goes. Joyriders never run him down, and foot passengers avoid crowding him into a corner. You would think nature had done amply well by the skunk, but no. The hydrophobic skunk comes along and upsets all these calculations. Besides carrying the traveling credentials of an ordinary skunk, he is rabid in the most rabidissimous form. Is that a word? I don't know, but it's written down here. Rabidissimus. Sounds like a spell. He is not mad, just part of the time, like one's relatives by marriage, and not mad most of the time, like the old-fashioned railroad ticket agent, but mad all the time. Incurably, enthusiastically, and unanimously mad. He is mad, and he is glad of it. We made the acquaintance of the hydrophobic skunk when we rode down Hermit Trail. Casual visitor to the Grand Canyon of all takes the Rim Drive. Then he essays the Bright Angel Trail, which is sufficiently scary for his purposes until he gets used to it, and after that he grows more adventurous and tackles Hermit Trail, which is marvel of corkscrew convolutions, gimleting its way down this red abdominal wound of a canyon to the very gizzard of the world. Fuck, that's a good sentence. Hold on, sorry. That felt so good coming out of me. Ugh. I gotta go back on that bit. I also need a drink. This is Irvin S. Cobb, by the way. Whoever Irvin S. Cobb is. We made the acquaintance of the hydrophobic skunk. Skunk? That's a shame. The second time around, I fucked it, apparently. We made the acquaintance of the hydrophobic skunk when we rode down Hermit Trail. The casual visitor to the Grand Canyon first of all takes the Rim Drive. Then he essays Bright Angel Trail, which is sufficiently scary for his purposes until he gets used to it, and after that he grows more adventurous and tackles Hermit Trail, which is a marvel of corkscrew convolutions. Gimleting, I don't actually know what gimleting is, but it's a good word anyway. Gimleting its way down this red abdominal wound of a canyon to the very gizzard of the world. I fucked this pronunciation of that so hard. I got too excited. My mouth was having a good time with the words. After that, he grows more adventurous and tackles Hermit Trail, which is a marvel of corkscrew convolutions, gimleting its way down this red abdominal wound of a canyon to the very gizzard of the world. Here, Johnny, our guide, felt more moved to speech, and we hearkened at his words and hungered for more. For Johnny knows the ranges of Northwest as a city dweller knows his own little side street. In the fall of the year, Johnny comes down to the canyon and serves as a guide a while, and then, when he gets so, he just can't stand associating with tourists any longer, he packs up his wares and journeys back to the northern range and enjoys the company of cows a spell. Cows are not exactly exciting, but they don't ask fool questions. A highly competent young person is Johnny, and a cow-puncher of parts. Most of the canyon guides are cow-punchers, accomplished ones too, and of high standing in the profession. With a touch of reverence, Johnny pointed us to Sam Scoville, the greatest bronco buster of his time, now engaged in piloting tourists. "Can you ride?" echoed Johnny in answer to our question. Scoville could ride an earthquake if she stood still long enough for him to mount. He rode steamboat, not young steamboat, but old steamboat. He rode rocking chair. He's the only man that ever did that, and was not called out in a couple of days to attend his own funeral. We went on, and in the lazy mule trot, hearing the unwritten annals of a range from one who had seen them enacted firsthand. Pretty soon, we passed a herd of burros, with mealy, dusty noses and spotted hides, feeding on prickly pears and rock lichens. And just before sunset, we slid down that last declivity out upon the plateau and came to a camp. As was a camp. This was Roughing It Deluxe, with the most deluxe-y vengeance. Here were 3 tents, or rather 3 canvas houses, with wooden half walls. They were spick and span inside and out, and had glass windows in them, and doors, and matched wooden floors. The mess tent was provided with a table with clean cloth to go over it, and there were china dishes, china cups, shiny knives, forks, and spoons. Bill was in charge of the camp. Dark, rangy, good-looking leading man of a cowboy, wearing his blue shirt and his red neckerchief with an air. That Johnny could certainly cook. Served on china dishes upon a cloth-covered table, we had mounds of fried steaks and shoals of fried bacon and a bushel, more or less, of sheep herder potatoes, and green peas, sliced peaches out of cans, and sourdough biscuits as light as kisses and much more filling. And fresh butter, and fresh milk, and coffee as black as your hat, and strong as sin. How easy is it for civilized men to become primitive and comfortable in his way of eating? Especially if he's just ridden 10 miles on a buckboard and 9 more on a mule, and is away down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, and there is nobody to look on disapprovingly when he takes a bite. It will be a credit to a steam shovel. Despite all reports to the contrary, I wish to state that it is no trouble at all to eat green peas off a knife blade. You merely mix them in with potatoes for a cement and fried steak. Take it from an old steak eater. Fried steak tastes best when eaten with those tools of nature's own providing, both hands and your teeth. An hour passed, busy yet pleasant, and we were both gorged to the gills and had reared back our cigars, lit to enjoy the third jorum, a black coffee apiece, when Johnny, speaking in an offhand way, said to Bill, who was still hiding away biscuits inside of himself like a parlor prestidigitator, said, "Seen any of those hydrophobies the last day or two?" "Oh no, sorry. I now remember who I'm speaking as. Now you want steak, don't thank me, wait. Irvin S. Cobb. Seen any of them old hydrophobes the last day or two?" "Not so many," said Bill casually, who was very, very old apparently. "There was a couple of them up last night, rooting around the moonlight, I reckon. Oh, there'll be quite a flock of them out tonight. New moon always seems to fetch 'em up from the river." Both of us quit blowing on our coffee as we put our cups down. I think I was the one who spoke. "I beg your pardon?" I asked. "But what did you say would be out tonight?" "Oh, we were just speaking in one way or another of those hydrophobic skunks," said Bill, apologetically. "This here canyon's where they mostly hang out and frolic around." I laid down my cigar, too, and I admit I was interested. "Oh," I said softly. Like that. "Oh. Is it? Do they?" "Yeah," said Johnny. "I reckon there's liable to be one come shoving his old nose into that any door any minute. Probably two. Mostly travel in pairs. Sets, as you might say." "You'll know one the minute you saw it, though," said Bill. "They're smaller than a regular skunk, and they're spotted with all kind. They're spotted when the other kind's striped. They got them little red eyes. You won't have no trouble at all recognizing one." It was at this juncture that we both got up and moved back to the stove. It was warmer there, and the chill of the evening seemed to be settling down noticeably. "Funny thing about hydrophobic skunks," went on Johnny after a moment of pensive thought. "Mad, you know." "What makes them mad?" the two of us asked the question together. Pardon me, sorry, hiccups. What makes them mad? The two of us asked the question together. Born that way, explained Bill. Mad for a start, and I won't do nothing to get out shut of it. They never attack humans, I suppose. Don't they? Said Johnny, as if surprised at such ignorance. Why, humans is their favorite pastime. Humans is just pie to a hydrophobic skunk. I can't really be any fun to be bit by a hydrophobic skunk neither. He raised his coffee to his lips and imbibed deeply. Which you certainly said something then. Which you certainly said something then, Johnny, stated Bill. You see, he went on, turning to us, they aim to catch you asleep, and they creep up right soft and take hold of you. Take hold of you. Take hold of a year, usually, and clamp they's teeth and just hang on for further orders. They says they hang on till thunder, same as the snapping turtles, but that's a lie. I judge because there's weeks on a stretch down here where it don't thunder. All the cases I ever heard of, they go till sunup. It's right painful at the time, says Johnny, taking up the thread of a narrative. And then, in 9 days, you go mad yourself. Remember that fellow, the hydrophobic skunk bit down here by the rabbits, Bill? Let's see now. What was that hombre's name? Williams, supplied Bill. Heck Williams. I saw him at Flagstaff, and I took him there to the hospital. That guy certainly didn't carry on regardless. First he went mad, and his eyes turned red. And he got so that he didn't have no real use for water. Well, them prospectors didn't never care much about water anyway. Then he got to snapping, and biting, and foaming. But I had to strap him down to his bed, and then he got loose. Broke loose, I suppose, I said. No, he bit loose, said Bill, with the air of one who would not deceive you even in a matter of a small detail. Do you mean to say that he bit those leather straps in two? No, sir. He couldn't reach 'em, explained Bill. So he bit the bed in two. Not in one bite, of course, he went on. Took him several. I saw him after he was laid out. He really wasn't no credit to himself as a corpse. I'm not sure, but I think my companion and I were holding hands by now. Outside, we could hear that little lost echo laughing to itself. It was no time to be laughing either. Under certain circumstances, I don't know of a lonelier place anywhere on Earth than the Grand Canyon. Presently, my friend spoke, and it seemed to me that his voice was a mite husky. Well, he had a bad cold. You say they mostly attack persons who are sleeping out, didn't you? That's right too, said Johnny. Bill nodded in affirmation. Then, of course, since we're sleeping indoors... Oh no, that's me. Then, of course, since we're sleeping indoors, everything will be all right, I put in. Well, yes and no, answered Johnny. In the early part of the evening, the hydrophobia is liable to do a lot of prowling round outdoors. But towards morning, they like to get into camps. They dig up under the sidewalls and come through the floor. And they seem to prefer to get into bed with you. They're cold-blooded, I reckon. Same as rattlesnakes. Cold nights always drive them in, seems like. Gonna be a sort of coolish night tonight, said Bill, casually. It certainly was. I don't remember a chillier night in years. My teeth were chattering a little from cold before we turned in. I retired with all my clothes on, including my boots and leggings. I wish I'd brought along my earmuffs. I also buttoned my watch onto my left-hand shirt pocket. The idea being, if for any reason I should conclude to move during the night, I would be fully equipped for traveling. The door would not stay closely shut. The door jamb had sagged a little in the wind, and it kept being blown ajar. But after a while, I dozed off. It was 1:27 a.m. when I woke with a violent start. I know this was the exact time, because that's when my watch stopped. I peered about me in the darkness. The door was wide open, I could tell that. Down on the floor, there was a dragging, scuffling sound. And from almost beneath me, a pair of small red eyes peered up phosphorescently. "He's here," I said. "He's here," I said to my companion, as I emerged from my blankets, and he, waking instantly, seemed instinctively to know whom I meant. I used to wonder at ease with which a cockroach can climb the perfect smooth wall and run across a ceiling. I know now that to do this is the easiest thing in the world, if you have the proper incentive behind you. I'd gone up one wall of the tent, I'd crossed over, and was in the act of coming down the other side when Bill burst in. His eyes blurred with sleep, a lighted lamp in one hand and a gun in the other. I was never so disappointed in my life because it wasn't a hydrophobic skunk at all. It was a pack rat, sometimes called a trade rat, paying us a visit. The pack, or trade rat, is also a denizen of the Grand Canyon. He is about 4 times as big as an ordinary rat and has an appetite to correspond. He sometimes invades your camp and makes free with your things. But he never steals anything outright. He merely trades with you, hence his name. He totes off a side of meat or a bushel of a meal and brings a cactus stalk in. Or he'll confiscate your saddlebags and leave you in exchange a nice dry chip. He's honest, but from what I can gather, never gets badly stuck on a deal. Next morning, at breakfast, Johnny and Bill were doing a lot of laughing between them over something or other. Full stop. Okay, we're getting into some good ones here. The hydrophobic skunk. That's got to be my favorite. That absolutely has to be my favorite. One of the rarest creatures never seen. What do you think, chat? What's your preference?
You keep my game progress out of your mouth!
Thank you, Ananda,
Ananda one
for
needs a slap.
supporting the channel.
Really good.
You like that one? Nice. Dogs, each one's getting better. Yes. The name really draws you in, and it does not disappoint. The hydrophobic skunk. Now, let me have a little look. And I want to make sure, because some of these have been a little on the problematic side of things. Skunk with rabies doesn't have the same ring to it. Not quite. Once more, can I get some hype for dogs? Especially if you're enjoying the stream. If this is your kind of jam, I know this is a way outside of our usual remit, but hey, I've never been one to shy away from trying new things. If you're enjoying the stream, you got dogs to thank for this one. Okay. I'm thinking either the story that the keg told me, which is either going to be about drink, or it's going to be about explosives. We're not doing Day Ain't No Ghosts, and we ain't doing The Night Operator, because both of those have... Well, Day Ain't No Ghosts is just littered with really problematic, well, if nothing else, for me and my complexion, really problematic accents. Plus probably a fair amount of problematic content. The Weight of Obligation, we haven't done. Wild Horse Hunter. Did you also spit... Oh, okay. Styley has done a little bit of research and is saying also skip Weight of Obligation. Well, that's good, because it looks like the story that the keg told me is the one that was calling to me. Doesn't look... So just by the way, this is when they were all copyrighted. The first story, so the one about Silverhorns, that was 1901. And there was 1916, 1914, 1907. What's number 5? Oh, The Weight of Obligation. Which apparently has 5 different stories inside of it. Was 1911, 12, 13, and 16. Then we have 1910, 1919, 1911, 1930, 1919. I didn't see what Pixie had said before, but that's all gravy. I mean, if I'm completely honest, I don't mind saying out of circulation bad stuff, I guess, because that kind of feels like it's in keeping with the historical nature of the stories. What I find very, very awkward is stuff that is considered horrible right now. If you have to do research into something to realize that it's bad, then I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, like that. I did not know that that was that, so I'm kind of cool with it, in a way, I guess. Because it's a weird one, right? There's tons of them, and if we start getting too worried about, oh, hello, we can't say this, we can't say that, then I'm like, well, I'd rather just... We have the message at the chat, at the top of chat, thanks to Styley. And by the way, this is me having a go at Pixie or Dirt or anybody saying about, like, giving us context for bad words. I'm just saying my thought process on the matter is more along the lines of, it is a story that was written of a time. This was published in the early the 19-teens. And as long as it is not outwardly and obviously offensive, the odd contextual bad word from the time is okay. In my humble opinion. Tigger! Hello, hello. You've just joined us for the story that a keg told me. We're doing a reading stream today. Yeah, there is one particular... I mean, obviously, there is issues with me doing certain accents as well. Like, me trying to take on the accent of a black slave from, like, the early 1900s. Or at least that's the story of XYZ. It's not going to go down well, I don't think. Oh, Pixie, you checked her. Fair enough. I was more saying that in terms of, you know, covering my own bases, being like, that's probably a bad word, but we'll crack on. But there you go. The more we know. Vitrix, it might be. It will never see the light of day. It might be, who knows? Yes, so, Tigger, anyone else that is here for the stream? We are doing more stories. This has been brought to us by Dogs. Dogs redeemed with 350,000 contraband channel points. A non-franchise stream redeem, but it is a reading stream! And we have The Story That the Keg Told Me. The author is Adirondack Murray. Adirondack. Adirondack. Because he, more than any other man, rediscovered for the past and present generation, remember this is early 1900s, hey, I'm just going to weigh in. That was in reference to something that I had said. That wasn't out of nowhere. Just to put it into context, that was referencing something that I had said. We'll move on. We're going to move on from it, but just to put that out there. We are grateful to Mr. Archibald Rutledge for having shortened the story, and to Mr. Murray's publishers, the Wolf and Fisk Company, for permission to print in the abbreviation form. What? I don't know what that means. Anyway, the editor had a note about stuff. Something about the author being called Adirondack Murray. The author is Adirondack Murray because he, more than any other man, rediscovered for the past and present generation the wonderful Adirondack Woods. We are grateful to Mr. Archibald Rutledge, whoever that is, for having shortened the story. Oh, okay. So it's a shortened version of someone else's story. Okay. It's an abridged version. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It was near the close of a sultry day in midsummer, which I'd spent in exploring a part of the shoreline of the lake where I was camping, and wearied with the trip that I had made, I was returning towards the camp. The lake was very secluded, a sheet of water hidden away between the mountains, not marked on a map, whose very existence was unsuspected by me until I had a few days before accidentally stumbled upon it. Indeed, in all the world there's hardly another sheet of water so likely to escape the eye. Not only of the tourist and the sportsman, but also of the hunter and the trapper. Day by day, as I paddled over this lake or explored its shores, the conviction grew in me that the place had never before been visited by any human being. The more I examined and explored, the more this belief grew upon me. The thought was ever with me. But on this afternoon, I was paddling leisurely along. My paddle struck something curious in the water. I reached down and lifted it into the boat. It was a keg. And amazed, I sat looking at this proof that my lake was not so unknown as I had supposed it to be. Where had it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where had it come from? How did it get here? Who brought it and for what purpose? These and similar questions I put to myself as I paddled onwards towards my camp. After having built my campfire, I seated myself with my back against a pine, and was then that my gaze fell again onto the keg, which I'd brought up from the boat and set on the ground across the fire from me. I sat, wondering where it had come from, and what had become of him who must have handled it. It may be that I was awake, maybe that I was asleep, but As I was thus looking steadily and curiously at the keg, it seemed to change its appearance. It was no longer a keg. It was a man. A queer little man he was, with strange legs, and the funniest little body, and the tiniest little face. Standing bolt upright and looking at me with eyes that glistened like black beads. The miraculous keg man opened his mouth and began to talk.
I desire to tell you my story.
It said.
Story of a man who brought me here. Why he did it, what became of him, how he lived and died. Earliest remembrance I have of myself is of the cooper's shop where I was made. Although I look worn now, I can recall a time when all my staves were smooth and clean, so that the oak grain showed clearly from the top to the bottom of me, and my steel hoops were strong and bright. The cooper made me in honor, and took a deal of honor and pride in putting me together, as every workman should in doing his work. I remember that when I was finished, and the cooper had sanded me off and oiled me, he set me up on the bench and said to his apprentice boy, "There, that keg will last till the judgment day and well beyond, the night at that." I wonder at that. One day, a few weeks later, a man came into the shop and said, "Have you a good, strong keg for sale?" He put the question in such a half spiteful, half suspicious way that I eyed him curiously, and a very peculiar man I saw. He was not more than 40 years old, a good height, a strong build. He was a gentleman, evidently, although his face was darkly tanned and his clothes were old and threadbare. His mouth was small, lips were thin, and had a look of being drawn tightly over his teeth. His chin was long, his jaws large and strong. His hair was thin and brown, but the remarkable feature of his face were his eyes. They were blue-grey in colour, small and deeply set under his arching eyebrows. Oh, hard and steel-like they were, restless as a rat's. And what an intense look of suspicion that there was in them. Half scared, defiant look, as if their owner felt everyone to be his enemy. What eyes they were. I came to know them well afterward, and to know what a wild, strange light in them meant. But of that by and by. Have you a good strong keg for sale? Wait, no, that's wrong. Fraud! I'm not entirely sure how to say your full name. Fraudacia? Either way, thank you very much for being here. Greetings from rainy Poland. Greetings from insanely warm UK. Have you a good strong keg for sale? He shouted to my master, who turned round and looked squarely at the questioner. Yes, I have, Mr. Roberts. Do you want one? Yes, returned the other. But I want a strong one. Strong! Do you hear? Well, here's a keg, said my master, tapping me with his mallet, that I made with my own hands from the best stuff. It will last as long as steel and white oak staves will last. The price was paid with a muttering protest, and Roberts hoisted me under his arm and bore me from the shop. As we hurried along, I noticed that my new master spoke to no one, and that people looked at him coldly and wonderingly. At last, we came to a common-looking house set back from the road, with a very high fence built around it and a very heavy padlock on the front gate. There were great, strong wooden shutters at every window. My master entered the house and set me down on the floor, then went to the door and locked it.
drawing 2 large iron bars across it. He went to every window to see that it was fastened. Carrying a candle in one hand and a great bludgeon in the other, he examined every room, every closet, the attic, the cellar. After this, he came back to me, set me on the table, and started one of my hoops, and took out one of my heads. From the cupboard, he got a large sheepskin with a pair of shears fitting me with a lining from it. I must say that he did it with cleverness, and he seemed well pleased with his work. When he'd done all of this, he brought his bludgeon and laid it on the table beside me. Also, he laid there a large knife. Then he went to the chimney and brought the ash pail, which was full of ashes. From the cupboard, he brought an earthen jar. From under the bed, he fetched a bag. From the cellar, he returned with a sack, all damp and mouldy. When he had all of these by his side, near on the table, he sat down. Then, out of the ash pail, he took a small pot. And having carefully blown off the ashes, he turned it bottom upwards on the table. And what do you think was in there? Gold coins. Some red and some yellow, but all gold. He emptied each of the other receptacles, and out there flowed heaps of gold coins, almost without number. How they gleamed and glistened, how they clinked and jingled, and how the deep and narrow eyes of my master glittered, but how the lips drew apart in a wild smile. It was a fearful sight to see him playing with the gold and to hear him laugh over his treasure. It's dreadful to think that a human soul could love money so. He did love it, madly, and with all the strength of his nature. He would take up a coin and look at it as a father might look upon the face of a favourite child. It was dreadful. He would take up a piece and say to it, "Thou art better to me than a wife," and to another, "Thou art dearer to me than father or mother." Such a blasphemy I heard that night. How the sweet and blessed things of human life were derided, and the things that are divine and holy sneered at. At length, he fell to counting his gold, and for a long, long time he counted until his hands shook and his eyes gleamed as if he were mad. When he had counted all, he jumped from his seat, shouting like a maniac, $16,666. And again, he would shout in wild triumph. After a while, he sobered down, and inside of me he began to pack away his treasures. Carefully, caressingly, as a mother might lay her children to sleep. When I was full to the brim with shining gold, he put my head on, fitted the upper hoop on snugly, and then put me in the bed. A great knife he slipped under the pillow. Then, blowing out the light, he lay down beside me, with one arm thrown about me, though the miser clasped me to his heart and fell asleep. Day after day, night after night, this self-same performance was repeated. My master did little work, indeed. He did not seem eager to increase his store, but merely to hold it safely. But about this, he was so anxious that he was in a fever of excitement all the time. For days, he would not leave the house. Never was he free from this fear of losing his money. And this suspicion had poisoned his whole life, and made him hate his kind and lose all belief in the love and the goodness of God that he had once professed. One day, in summer, he left the front door open. I was drowsing when suddenly I heard him give a frightened yell. In the doorway stood a man and a woman, and the man was the village pastor.
And the woman, I soon learned, was my master's wife. For a moment, my master stood looking angrily at them. Then he said abruptly, "Why did you come here?" "John," said the woman, "your child, Mary, is dying. I thought that you, her father, would want to see her before she passed away." Her voice choked. Her breast heaved with sobs. "Dying, is she?" said my master brutally. "Don't believe it. You're simply after my gold. You might as well get away from here," he added with a threatening look. "John," returned the woman, great tears coming out of her eyes, "I never in my life lied to you. Mary is dying. I could not let her go without giving you a chance to see her. Last night, in her delirium, she begged for you. She wants you, John. She wants to say goodbye to you." My master remained unmoved. The sinister look in his eyes, the doggedness of the face did not change. He stared at them. Then he shouted in frenzy, "You lie! You want my money. Everybody wants it. Everybody loves it. There isn't an honest man in the world. You're all thieves. You, all of you, lovers of gold. I know by your looks that you love it." He went on. "And you can't fool me with your tears and your preaching. You get out of this house," he suddenly shrieked, "or I will kill you, both of you." He swore a terrible oath, stepped back to seize the heavy bludgeon on the table. The woman cried out in fear and turned away, weeping. But the parson stood his ground. "John Roberts," he said, "thou art a doomed man. The lusts of gold have destroyed so many. The lust of gold that destroys so many is in thee strong and mighty. And only God can save thee, nor he against thy will. Repent, or thou shalt perish in a lonely place, on a dark night with none to help thee or hear thy cries, and all thy gold shall perish with thee." So saying, he turned and slowly left the house. For a moment, my master stood glaring at the retreating forms of those who had come to him as friends, but whom he had treated as enemies. Well, then he rushed for the door and locked it. After that, he lifted me tenderly upon the table, laughed softly, patted me with his hands, and stroked me caressingly. "My gold," he kept repeating. "My precious, precious gold." As night came on, he poured out the gold and counted the glittering pieces. Again and again he counted his treasure until deep midnight had settled all over. But when I had awoken in the morning, he was very nervous. All day long he neither opened the door nor unbarred the shutters. All the while he kept muttering himself as if planning some crafty plot. I could not know what all of this might mean, but I caught enough of his talk to understand that he was more than ever suspicious of losing his money. "It's a Christmas barrel!" Very good. That's very fucking good. I wonder which one... Oh no, it would have been Dickens came first. I'm gonna go back. But when he awoke in the morning, he was very nervous. All day long, he neither opened the door nor unbarred the shutters, all the while kept muttering to himself as if planning some crafty plot. I could not know what all this might mean, but I caught enough of it to understand that he was more than ever suspicious of losing his money. He was fearing all mankind more and more, and was trying to devise some scheme whereby he could find a place where no one could molest him or try to steal his gold. "They'll get this yet," he kept saying, "unless I can go where no one can find me." Then he would curse his kind. At last, after hours of muttering and tramping back and forth in the darkened house, he suddenly seemed to find his decision. I shall never forget the terrible expression of evil triumph on his face as he paused before me and shouted, I'll go where they can never find me. I want to be alone with my money, where I can spread it out and see it shine. I will go where there is no man. After my master had said that, he made no further remarks. He began with eager haste to pack up a few things for his journey. He put me in a sack in which I could neither see nor hear what was happening, and that was all I knew for many a day. But all the while, I felt myself being carried. One day, I realized that I'd been put on a boat. Then we went on and on, day after day. Finally, the boat was stopped, and I was carried ashore. Then, for the first time in many a long day, I was taken from the bag. Again, I saw the world about me. How different were my surroundings from those of my old home. Where was I? I was on the very point of land of which you found me this evening. For the first few weeks of our stay on the shores of this lonely lake, things continued, almost as if they had been at home. The gold was my master's single thought. He seemed happy, almost joyous in the thought that he and I were at last out of reach of men. Most of his time was spent looking at the gold. Every morning, every evening, he would take me down to that point yonder where the sun shines clearly, and there would pour the treasure out in a great pile. He always did this exultingly, and his greatest pleasure was to play with the yellow coins, to count them over and over, and to laugh to himself in a satisfied way. But after a time, I could see that a change was coming over my master. He grew grave and quiet. No more, as he poured out his gold, did he chuckle and laugh to himself. All his movements seemed listless. He counted his money less frequently, and when he did so, it was in a half-hearted manner. One day I even saw him go away and leave the yellow heap lying in the sands. At last, one day he came, packed the gold in me, and put in my head with the greatest care. Oh, wait. What? The novella this is from, the story that the keg told me, and the story of the man who didn't know much, appears to have been published 1889. It is snooze. It is. After a time, I could see a change was coming over my master. He grew grave and quiet. No more as he poured out his gold did he chuckle and laugh to himself. All his movements seemed listless. He counted his money less frequently, and when he did so, it was in a half-hearted manner. One day, I even saw him go away and leave the yellow heap lying on the sands. At last, one day he came, packed the gold in me, and put in my head with the greatest care. Moreover, when he came back to the camp, he left me there on the beach. I felt very strange and lonely, and the night seemed long indeed. At last the daybreak came, and I was glad to see it, but it was not until near sunset that my master came down from the point where I was. His face was as I'd never seen it before. It was the countenance of a man who had suffered much and who was still suffering. He came to me, paused before me, and said, "Buddy, thou cursed gold, have wasted my life and ruined my soul." For some time he stood thus, looking at me. Then he began to walk up and down this strip of beach, wringing his hands and beating his breast.
Oh, if only I could do it, he kept saying. If only I could do it. If I could, there might be hope. Even for me, Lord. Oh, help me to do it. Lord, help me. After many hours of this, which I knew to be mental torment for my poor wretched master, he was so exhausted in body and mind that he came back along the sands toward me. My astonishment, he knelt down beside me, placed his hands together, lifted his face skyward. My master prayed. Lord of the great world, he said, come to my aid or I am lost. In thy great mercy save me. Hear where no man may hear. Hear thou my cry, thou Lord of heavenly mercy, lend me thine aid. He paused, and over his face I seemed to see the dawning of a deep peace. He rose to his feet, lifted me, and bore me down to the boat. Then he slowly paddled away towards the center of the lake, repeating his prayer. At last he checked the boat. Then, having looked towards the sky, he said in a low, sweet voice, Lord, thou hast given me grace and strength. At that he lifted me high above his head. There was a crash, as if pieces of wood were falling together, and my eyes turned upwards with a snap. My fire had smouldered down, the keg, heated by the fire, had tumbled inwards and lay there in a confused heap. What a queer dream, I said to myself. I was really beginning to believe those things that had happened. I rose to my feet and stepped down on the edge of the lonely water. I'm not ashamed to say that my blood was chilled at what I saw. As I looked across the lake, within 20 feet of where I'd found the keg, there was a boat with a man sitting motionless in it. When that mysterious canoe appeared on the bosom of that lonely lake, I thought I was looking upon a vision of a spectral nature. In spite of all my belief that I was alone on this remote beach, there sat a man in a boat only a few rods offshore. He was as a mirage, as silent as the very lake itself. A few eerie moments passed, and then the boat began to move slowly towards me, gently propelled by a skillful paddle. As it approached, the light of the full moon streamed upon it and made it easy for me to study its occupants. Near the bow, I could discern a hound crouching. In the stern sat a paddler, his rifle across his knees. "Hello, you camped there?" shouted the man in the boat. "Hello," I called, glad enough to find my strange visitor was no apparition. The canoe came ashore. I greeted the boatman, and together we walked up towards the camp, the hound following us in a leisurely fashion. There, I replenished the fire, and for a moment the stranger and I stood and looked at each other. He was over 6 feet in height, but so symmetrically proportioned in his physical stature that, great as he was neither awkward nor ungainly. But for the fact that his eye had lost its earlier brightness and his hair was sprinkled with threads of grey, it would have been impossible to... Let me try that again. But for the fact that his eyes had lost their earlier brightness and that his hair was sprinkled with threads of grey, it would have been impossible to believe that he had reached 70 years and 10, for his form was still erect, his step elastic, his voice clear and strong. His features were regular and strong, giving proof of the man's self-reliant and indomitable character. Perhaps a lifetime of activity in the woods and on the lakes had bronzed the man. From beneath heavy eyebrows looked eyes grey in colour and baffling in depth. The man's whole appearance attracted me singularly. "Thank you for your welcome, mister," he began. "I shouldn't have dropped in on you at this unseemly hour. But the line of your smoke caught my eye as I was turning the point yonder. Didn't expect to find a human being on these shores. I ask your pardon, coming on you. But I have memories of this spot that made me think strange things when I saw you at camp. I'm John Norton, the trapper." "Who might you be, young man?" "I'm Henry Herbert," I replied, "but just call me plain Henry." "Well, Henry," began the old trapper, "I'm going to call you out. Well, Henry," began the old trapper, "I'm going to call you that. When men meet in the woods, they don't put on any airs. I've been in these woods 62 years. And they've been home for me. My father and mother are gone. I never had a wife, nor a child of my own. And I have heard of you, Henry. You've been no stranger to me. 10 years back, I've heard how you like to travel the woods and the waters by yourself, learning things that nature does not tell about in crowds. I've heard, too, that you be a good shot, and that you know the ways of outwitting the trout and the pickling, and the pickerel. Hearing about you this way, I knew someday that I'd come across you on this trail, but I never thought to run into you again, to run into you tonight. But I'm not entirely sure what accent this guy's supposed to have. It's written in a weird phonetic, but I've gone with vaguely northern. I have heard, too, that you be a good shot, and that you know the ways of outwitting the trout and the pickerel. Hearing about you this way, I knew someday that I'd come across you on your trail. But I never thought to run again to you tonight, for I had no idea that a mortal man knowed this lake, save me and that other. The old man paused, seated himself at the end of a log, gazed into the fire with a solemn look on his face. It did not feel like breaking in on his meditations, whatever they might be. It was silent, out of deference to his memories. "This lake," John Norton said at length, "this lake is a strange place. I've been here for 11 years. No other place in the world, in this wide country, rather than the world. No other place in this wide country makes you feel as this place does." Again, he fell into reverie. I, meanwhile, busied myself with supper. As soon as it was prepared, the two of us enjoyed, as only woodmen can. "If you know me," I said, "we're no strangers to each other, for I know you. Who draws the steadiest bead with a rifle? Who draws the steadiest bead with a rifle? Who is the best boatman who ever feathered a paddle? And who is an honest man as ever drew breath? Who but John Norton, whom I have always been wanting to meet. No man could be as welcome in my camp." "Well, well," laughed the old man. "When you're at home, you must be one of those detective fellows. I see we are no stranger to each other. And if while in these woods old John Norton can teach you a trick of hunting or fishing or trapping, be sure he will do so for the welcome that you've given him." So we sat on the other side of the fire, silent for a few moments. Then the old trapper said, "I'm thinking of the things that happened here long ago. Strange things have come to pass on this very point. It is 11 years, this very night, that me and the hounds slept here, and a solemn night it was too. God of heaven, man. What is that? Oh, sorry, no, sorry, hold on. Something's happening. Let me try that whole section again. I'm thinking of the things that happened here long years agone. Strange things have come to pass here in this very point. 11 years to this very night that me and the hound slept here. It was a solemn night too. God of heaven. Man, what is that? The old man started. Ejaculation brought me to my feet, as if a panther were upon me. Glancing at the spot he'd indicated, by look and gesture, I beheld only the shattered portion of the keg. Not knowing what to make of the trapper's excited action, I said, That's only a keg that I picked up in the lake this evening. John Norton rose in silence to his feet and went over to where the staves lay. One of those he picked up and held contemplatively in his hand. The ways of the Lord are past all knowing of mortals, he said, but perhaps in the long run he brings the wrong to the right, and so makes the evil in the world to praise him, Henry. Said the old trapper, looking keenly at me. I have a mind to tell you the story of the man who owns that keg. Strange tale it be, but a true one, and the teachings of it be solemn. Eagerly, I urged him to give me the story, a part of which, at least, I felt I already knew. It was 11 years agone, in this very month, that I came down the inlet yonder into the lake. The moon was nigh full, and everything looked solemn and white, just as it do now. Lord knows I little thought to meet a man in these solitudes when I ran again. Goddamn. Lord knows I little thought to meet a man in these solitudes when... No, Lord knows I little thought to meet a man in these solitudes when I run again what I am telling ye of. I was paddling down this side of the lake when I heard the strangest sounds I'd ever heard coming out of bird or beast. You better believe, Henry, that I sat and listened until I was nothing but ears. Nary a thing that I could make out of it. After a while, I said I'd try to ambush the creature and find out what mouth had a language that old John Norton couldn't understand. As I got nearer the shore, my boat just drifted into the moonlight. I heard a kind of crawling sound, as if the brute was trailing himself on the ground. The shake of a bush gave me the line of him, and I felt sure that in a minute I could let the lead drive wherever it ought to go. I had my rifle to my face, when, by the Lord of mercy, Henry, I discovered I'd ambushed a man. And Henry, he continued, the words of the man were the words of prayer. Never in my life was I taken so unawares or so unbalanced as when I heard the voice of that man I'd mistook for an animal break out in prayer. For a minute the blood stopped in my heart and my hair moved in my scalp, and I shook like a man with the chills. I'd come that night being a murderer, Henry. We're not a murderer. He didn't shoot, I don't think, but we'll see where this goes. How that man prayed. He prayed for help, as one calls a comrade when his boat has gone down under him in the rapids, and he knows he must have help or die. This man's soul was struggling hard, I tell you. The words of his cry come out his mouth like the words of one who's surely lost unless somebody saves him. It's dreadful for a man to live in such a way. He has to pray in that fashion. We ought to live, Henry, with it's cheerful like to meet the Lord, and pleasant to hold converse with him. Maybe some DCs, vans. I sat on my boat till his praying was done, and I hugged myself close in under the bushes, where I heard him coming down to the shore. And he did come close to me, and in his arms he carried something very heavy. In a moment, I heard him shove a boat out from the bushes. Then, getting in, he pushed off into the lake. He held for the centre of it. And when he'd come nigh to the middle, he laid his paddle down and lifted something into the air. This he turned upside down, and out streamed into the water something that glinted into the moonlight. After that, he came paddling back to the shore. Myself, I kept shy of the man that night. The next morning, I went to the stranger's camp. There was nothing in sight but an old ragged tent, sagging at every seam. I called aloud so that mayhap the man would answer me, but no answer came. I walked up to the tent and I drew aside the rotten flap, I should call her. And, Henry, there lay the man senseless before me. I thought he was dead. I uncovered my head, but the hound here knowed better, for he began to wag his tail. I went in. I found that the man was still breathing. I lifted him in my arms, Henry. I bore him out of the foul air of that tent, taking him down the warm sunshine onto the point. For a long while, I thought he was going to die in my arms. He just lay there, lifeless like, looking across the lake with eyes half shut. But the sun and air revived him, and after a long while he stirs and says, "Oh man, why are you so kind to me?" I tells him that I was John Norton, trapper. "I'm John Roberts," he says. "I haven't a friend on earth, nor do I deserve one. Oh man, you cannot understand, because you have lived an innocent life. But I am a sinner, a wretched sinner, and my moments here are numbered. I will tell you of my crimes. I will confess them, for they lie heavy on my heart. John Norton, I was a miser. I had a heart with a passion for gold. For the evil love of money, I turned my face away from my kind. My wife I deserted. My only child I refused with curses to see, even when she sent for me as she lay dying. John Norton, I gave all for gold. And the more I loved it, the more I hated man. With my dreadful lust, there grew suspicion of everyone. All ties of affection were severed. I lived alone, hoarding my gold and gloating over it. At last, I fled from the habitations of men, bringing my gold, my God, with me in a keg. Here on this lonely shore, I thought to be happy, far away from my own kind, far from any danger to my precious treasure to be stolen. But John Norton, and a dying man is speaking. For all my counting of the bright gold on the sands here, and my dancing about as the devil might, laughing and singing, I was unhappy. I knew that God was watching me and was disapproving. Could not but think of my wife and child. I thought of them, began to make the gold hateful to me. Then, old man, I began to pray the Lord to deliver me. It was a bitter struggle, I thought, but at length he rescued me. He gave me strength, John Norton, to overcome the wicked one. He gave me strength to break away from my sin.
He gave me strength last night to pour every single piece of gold that I'd been for both love and life into the lake there. I shall never see it more. And I am happy. After that, he lay silent. Hello, my accent's gone all over the place. Northern. Nothing, not Jon Snow. After that, he lay silent like, looking up into the blue sky. Then his eyes closed. And I thought him sleeping. But suddenly he started up. A light! A light! I see a light! Then, Henry, he sank back into my arms, spoke no more. I hope my passing may be as peaceful as his. And my face as calm as his was after his battle of life was over. The next day I buried him up yonder, under them hemlocks. Having no one to help me, but doing it respectful like. As all such should be done, there he lies, Henry. The man who was the owner of that keg, John Roberts, the miser, who repented before it was too late. Nor do I doubt. He added in a kind tone, he's been forgiven by those he wronged. Full stop. God bless us, everyone. Folks, there's a lot of gold at the bottom of that lake. Come on, we got places to be. Ah. There it is. Bum, bum, gold! What did you think, folks? What did you think? The viewership does what the viewership does. So obviously this is not something that I should be turning my hand to every single day. Even as we were cresting the final part of that story, Lawson was in the Discord posting something completely different. So I do get the, I get the hint. Loved it, very chill. I'm very glad to hear it. But yes, that is going to be us. Let's go find someone to throw the love at. Let us do some stuff and some things. Can I get some hype? Some thanks? Some love? Or dogs? That brought us this stream. Pylon, it's all good. It's just... it's fine. It's just obviously I wasn't engaging at all. I understand! Thank you, dogs. Thank you very, very much. Have I done that right? Where am I? Yeah. For a second, I'd moved the, I'd moved my shit in the way. Right, folks.
Frightfully English, wasn't it? A bit. I don't know about frightfully.
Let's go throw the love at Mochi Van Bonbon. Mochi's awesome. Merciless Mercy, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Listening and eating, working on the side. Brass, the party's over. We've just we found a load of gold at the bottom of the lake. Actually, we found a keg at the bottom of the lake. Spot story was the best one. It was really good. I really like this story. It's a shame that it got really gaudy by the end of it. The moose one was again. It's a weird one. Most of these stories were fantastic until like the end, and there was like really weird takeaways from the story. Found a cocktail bar on a boat. So about the same thing happened. Fuck yeah, dude. Gold on the water. Go on then, Polos. And just as we were reaching the crescendo of that story, what were you looking at instead? To be fair, you were looking at some very, very sweet hedgehogs. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. That's way more entertaining. Look at them go. Oh, they're like little hearts as well. They're nibbling little hearts. Is this friend... Do they own these hedgehogs, or is this something else? Campfire yarns need a moral at the end. These did not have it at all. It was a weird, like the moose one was the weirdest moral of the lot of them, which was basically, you can chase a moose all you like, but it'll get killed by a train eventually. This one had a great message. You know, don't worship only gold. Don't worship gold to the detriment of your family and your friends and your life. That makes a lot of sense to me. It's just, unfortunately, as is with the time, a lot of things end up getting quite gaudy. Not pets, just cute. Fair enough. Unless you don't like family, in which case make different family with friends. Tale as old as time. I'm going to start the raid off. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Tomorrow we are having a little special stream. I don't usually stream on Fridays, but we are going to be streaming tomorrow. We're going to be streaming some puzzle games. I don't actually know which puzzle games I'm going to specifically play yet. Definitely going to be doing Call of the Sea. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be the hottest day. So, might not be the longest stream. Either way, let's set this raid off. Copy and paste a message. We're going to go and see Mochi Van Bon Bon. Once more, thank you very much, dogs, for being here. And thank you very much for... I didn't mean just being here. I meant actually thank you very much for redeeming this channel. Redemption. Fuck me. My words have stopped. I've been using words from someone else for the entire day, and I've stopped being able to use my own words now. Go get some tea. Yeah. Go get some tea. Probably not a hot cup of tea. Do the stream a bit later, but it was hot. Yeah, oh, God, yeah. Honestly, I think at the minute, without an AC... I wouldn't be able to go over 4 hours without, like, dying. That might be a little excessive. Anyway, can I get an exclamation mark tombola, please? We'll find out who is walking away with Nuclear Dawn. It's Spork with the 10 tickets. You are all very lovely people. Feet people? I don't know why I said that. You're just very lovely people. My lips have stopped working. So I'm going to go and sort that out. Magnus, Pylorzen, Strider, Ananda, Dogs, Styly, all of you lovely folks that are here, Night Dweller, much love. One day at a time. We got this. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. Fuck off.